What's going on, Juco?
Purina One has the inside story on your pet's health.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
side of the ball.
Alright folks, how you guys doing today? What's good, what's good, what's good? So, we got some big news to discuss today. as we get this stream started. But before we do, hit that like button, hit that follow button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so on YouTube. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page, Keep Pounding in all caps, for in-game posts, polls, opinions, reactions to NFL news, schedules for the channel, and, of course, Fantasy Football League updates for our Keep Pounding Facebook League. Let's get this popping. Shout out to Rashad. How you doing? On Facebook. Alright, so, I'm not going to waste time. We're going to get straight into this. If any of you guys were watching C3, the C3 podcast last night, or if you saw the post that I put up from Cody from the C3 podcast, we got a lot to discuss. This is going to be interesting. Buckle up, folks, because you're in for a ride. Alright, so, a friend of his, who is not currently a Panther, who is a veteran, former Panther, chose to cut ties with a certain organization we all know as the Panthers, and to a certain coach in particular. He goes on to say this. Over the course of a 2-hour conversation, it basically boils down to this. Many coaches and players of the Carolina Panthers have a real problem with Phil Snow and his college-style defense. Oh boy. We gonna get into that in a little bit. But let me keep this going. Chief amongst them is none other than Steve Wilkes, who feels that our defense is made for the college game and incapable of being successful in the long term in the NFL. Ooh. Okay. Phil Snow and Steve Wilkes got into a heated shouting argument one practice about safeties not being able to roll up and play linebacker effectively on run plays. Snow likes to keep 3 safeties on the field to help play the run, and Steve Wilkes feels Jeremy Chinn is the only one capable of doing so, and players like Sean Chandler and Sam Franklin are nothing more than special team practice squad players. Wow. 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 Y'all remember what I've been saying? Y'all remember what I've been saying on these streams? I told y'all Sean Chandler is a special teamer, man. I told y'all he is a practice squad candidate. And Sam Franklin is the same. I've been saying it. I've been saying it, bro. This ain't new. Sean Chandler is not fit for this defense. Been saying it all last year and this year. Let's continue, though. Paul, the defensive lineman, is formerly in the corner of Steve Wilkes, and both of these men believe that we are too late at the linebacker position to be able to adequately stop the run consistently. Bingo! Been saying it. Where y'all been at? Where y'all been at when I've been saying this stuff, man? I've been repeating this stream after stream after stream this year. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. So we continue. This is largely due to Phil Snow and his insistence on lighter linebackers who can run fast. We'll get into that in a little bit too, because I got something juicy for y'all on that one. This is why sometimes Snow feels his safeties and linebackers can be interchangeable in his defense. The feeling in the locker room is that the Panthers were too light on the edges of their D-line, which brings us to Carlos Dunlap. Before we get into Carlos Dunlap, I want to say this. If your linebacker can be interchangeable with a safety, he ain't big enough. Point blank, he ain't big enough. I'm going to stop it that right there and say that. Because there's no reason not to point that out. Okay, are we drafted as linebackers or are we drafted safeties at linebacker position? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is what it's starting to feel like, folks. A shout out to Corey McKinney as well. But we continue on with this. Carlos Dunlap wanted to come to Carolina, but Scott Fitterer had his hands tied. What have I been saying? Matt Rule is handicapping him. This is further fuel on the fire, folks. Proving my theory correct. Matt Rule was making everyone earn their position, so therefore Scott could not guarantee Carlos what position he would be playing. No or starter money, so Carlos chose the Chiefs. And a wise choice that was, Carlos. Honestly, with this coaching staff, you don't want to be here, man. You don't want to be a part of this mess. This three-ring Barnum and Bailey circus that we got in the coaching staff. I don't blame them. You know, I would have chosen the Chiefs too if I was in that position. So, this is one of the downsides to having everybody compete for their starting job, no matter how long you've been here. So, you know, I admit that. That is one of the downsides. You miss out on a player like Carlos Dunlap. And yes, that can hog tie the hands of your GM. It does happen from time to time. But I still believe in that dynamic. Because you're getting the best possible players in the starting positions. But it's a double-edged sword because you're going to miss out on players that you need. Alright, so going on to Derek Brown. Derek Brown wants to be used as a pass-rushing defensive tackle. And even lost weight in order to do so, as the team advised him to. This is that juicy tidbit I was talking about. However, the team couldn't find a big enough presence to fit the hole and fill the role in the middle of the line, so he is basically now lighter for no reason. Really? Really now? Why? Moving on, Jeremy Chin and Phil Snow aren't on speaking terms anymore after a disagreement between the two of them last year over how he should be played. Jeremy Chin has allegedly since spoken with David Tepper and told him he believes he could be a great player, but not at 3 different positions. You know, and I agree with him. I completely agree with Jeremy Chin on this. Brian Burns does not care if he is an edge rusher in a 4-3 or a offensive linebacker in a 3-4, but doesn't feel his future is in Carolina with these set of coaches. So he does not want to play for these coaches anymore. Fair enough. He has apparently told this to the Panther veterans like Steve Smith and Julius Peppers. Wow. Moving on. Speaking of veterans, Luke Kuechly only comes back around because he loves the Panthers and has a lot of respect for Steve Wilkes and Al Holcomb. This is the first time we've heard his name in a while on this stream. But now we're getting some name drops, you know, of Al Holcomb. but he would never coach for this regime. It's part of the reason why he resigned his front office job. Wow. Let's get into that can of worms later on, folks. Oh, I love this one. I love this one. Matt Rule always speaks to David Tepper with Phil Snow at his side, and at least on one occasion, David Tepper had to dismiss Snow in order to talk to Matt in private. Wow. I mean, this is nuts, folks. This is absolutely nuts. And this comes from Cody's source, from a former Panther veteran, that's no longer with the team. And you can either choose to believe it or not. But currently, I choose to believe it because of what we're doing with this team right now. There's a lot of things in here that make a lot of sense. And we're going to take this piece by piece before we even get into the Giants game preparation. Alright, so let's start with Phil Snow and his college level defense. Okay? We're running the 3-3-4, and nobody in the league runs this thing anymore. It's basically a dinosaur defense. And I don't understand why we're still running it, knowing this fact, and knowing that we're getting the wrong players to even run the 3-3-4. I mean, it works great in college, granted, if you're Temple, but we're not Temple. This is the NFL. What are we trying to do here? I don't understand this. Ladies and gentlemen, make this make sense. You know what I mean? Good. We need to figure out what's going on with this management, because if we can't even figure out our own house right now, how are we supposed to figure out the rest of the season? And shout out to Lock Poppy. How you doing, man? I pray we don't hire a college football coach. We're sick of them. We want an experienced coach. A freaking man. A freaking man. Now, my question is, after all of this information, is Steve Wilkes making a move to expedite the process of cleaning out the house so that he can become the next head coach, knowing he has all of the knowledge and the skills and everything that is necessary to take over that head coaching job? Knowing that Phil Snow is now on the hot seat and Matt Rule has been there for at least 2 years. Flaming hot seat with an inferno underneath it is Matt Rule's seat right now. So, is this Steve Wilkes' move to expedite that process? That's my question here. And no one else has posed this so far, but I think I will. Because I see it, okay? I see what's going on here. And Steve Wilkes seems to know everything that is going on this defense because he's coached this defense before. He's been here. He knows what he's talking about. He's not going to jerk you around. He's going to tell you the truth straight up. And if this information is credible, if it is legitimately credible, and I'm starting to believe it is, because otherwise I wouldn't be putting it on this stream. I do trust Cody, and I trust his sources. That's why I'm doing this. So, shout out to Cody in the C3 podcast. Love you, dude. Thank you for putting this out here. Thank you for helping us out, and giving us this knowledge that we can do something with. Assuming it's legitimate. And I believe it is. So, this is a lot. This is legitimately a lot right here to deal with and unpack. And you're realistically starting with that college level defense. So and I think if Steve Wilkes is making that much noise right now, you're doing something seriously wrong. Because this man has not spoken up at all, in the past year since we've gotten him back. And the fact that he is growing a spine right now shows me he's got the potential to lead right now. He's been a head coach in Arizona, folks. Remember that. And the roster building in Arizona, and we'll go over a little bit of those rosters, before we get into the Giants preview game here for tomorrow. Because I want you guys to kind of take a look at what he's built, on the West Coast, in that Western Division, which is a very, very tough Western Division. You're dealing with San Francisco, you're dealing with Seattle. These guys are tough, man. These guys are tough. You can't just walk into the West and expect to have success. But Wilkes said, I'm confident I'm going to walk over here to this Arizona team, and I'm going to put together a winner. And he did. I mean, you look at those Arizona rosters back then, for those 2 to 3 years, those were winning rosters. It's a shame he couldn't stay. But, but I'm glad we got him back. I'm incredibly glad we got him back. Because with him came discipline, technique, footwork, and chemistry on this secondary. You could see it, as you watch that secondary in that Browns game. You could literally watch it in action. That's an immediate change from last year, and it's not just personnel. It's legitimately, it is legitimately his coaching. And the fact that he is this vocal right now and saying and blow the whistle on Phil Snow tells me he wants this head coaching job. He's not settling. I like that. I like that a lot. That shows me initiative. And finally, we got somebody in this organization that's got initiative. That really wants this head coaching spot. That deserves this head coaching spot. And can do a lot with that head coaching spot. I think it's time. We don't need to look outside of the organization for a new head coach. We've got one right here. Steve Wilkes. We made a mistake with McDermott. We let him go to Buffalo, and look what he's already built. That man is on the doorstep of a Super Bowl trophy. And he'll probably get one this year. Are we really willing to make that mistake again with Steve Wilkes by not naming this man head coach? Are we really willing to make that mistake again and not learn from it? Keep in mind, we are the Carolina Panthers, and we have that reputation of doing stupid things, incredibly stupid things in the management. So, I grant you that. For once, in 7 years, can we finally put our big brains to use in this management and figure out that we need to clean house and keep Steve Wilkes? It's time. I would say leave the defensive line coach and the offensive line coach alone. Quarterback coach is fine. I don't have a problem with that for now. But we need to clean out the system, man. Coaching spot and defensive coordinator need to go. I'll be patient on Ben McAdoo. I will be patient on Ben McAdoo because we have not seen his full offense yet. We've seen flashes of it in the fourth quarter of that Browns game, so I'll be patient with him. But Matt Rule has got to go. Phil Snow, got to go. Both of them. Fire them tomorrow. Don't wait. Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. This is a monopoly. Fire both of them tomorrow. We're sick and tired of this garbage in our management. It is time to succeed, and it is time to progress as a franchise. And if we don't start doing something now, what's the point? You know, nobody here is content to sit here at 6 wins, 5 wins, 7 wins, and expect the same every single year. Nobody. And David Tepper, you're not getting off the hook either. Mister, I want some consistency. You know, and I will not accept complacency. Great. So act on it. Do something about it. You're the owner, for goodness sakes. Admit that you made a mistake. Fire Matt Rule. I don't care how much of a money loss you take from this. That's not an argument anymore that I'm willing to accept. Because here's the thing. If you have a winner that you own, that money will come back within 3 to 4 years. Guaranteed. Through ticket sales, through jersey sales, through merch, through food, through VIP seats, through PSLs. That money will come back. Plus, you're already making some money off that soccer team, too. And you're worried about a few measly $1 million that you have to spend to take care of a grass field, and you want to put in a turf field instead that gets your players, your star players hurt, your key players hurt, players that have to last 18 games in a season, 18 weeks, and more if you even make the playoffs. Really. Think about it, Mr. Tepper. Think about it very, very carefully. Because the future of this franchise is on the line right now. And if any of this news right here is true, this is very concerning. A house divided will fall. I'm going to say it again. A house divided will fall. It's been proven many times over. And this house does need to fall. I'm not saying we need a rebuild. I'm saying we need a retooling. We need to get the right types of players. And I've been looking at this all week. David Screws was actually talking to me. And I had a few conversations with him about this. We're getting the wrong types of offensive linemen and defensive linemen. And now, with this information coming out, I'm starting to understand that we're getting the wrong players altogether. As a whole. Where there's smoke, there's fire. You know what I mean? Like, if you find this information credible, where there's smoke, there's fire. So, you're looking at the wrong offensive linemen who are predominantly run blockers, you know, instead of 60-40 pass blockers, which is what we need. You know, if you say that this offense is going to be a passing offense, you need a 60-40 pass blocking offensive line. Point blank. If you say it's supposed to be a 3-3-4 defense, why are we arguing about where Chin should play? You know, how big our offensive linemen are. You know, how big our linebackers are. And what to do with Brian Burns. If this is supposed to be a 3-3-4 defense, what are we doing with it? I've got so many questions after all this. Like, this has just opened up a can of worms of questions for me. And I don't like it. You know, and the last 2 weeks, realistically, have started to, you know, put my spotlight on Phil Snow. You know, and really start to ask some questions, man. Because for him to admit that we are going to give up those 3rd and shorts and then cite, oh, well, we were 9th in average of running defense last year. But at the same time, if you look over at the stats, it's 15 touchdowns rushing, giving up. 15. And that's not even counting the Atlanta game that they don't even have a box score on the Panthers website. 15 rushing touchdowns. That's what matters, folks. You can't just walk in here and say, oh, we're 9th in average defense. That's apples to oranges. What matters is that scoreboard, because that's what gives us a win or a loss. But that seems to be the smoke from a very, very much bigger fire with Phil Snow, if this information pans out. And I have no reason to believe it isn't true at this point. We're running a college defense. Realistically, that is correct. You know, we really are. Steve Wilkes has a point. College defenses do not work in the NFL long term. It does not work. Simply put, Steve Wilkes is correct. And we got Steve Wilkes and Phil Snow getting into a heated argument in practice on what the safeties should do. And credit to whoever, you know, Steve Wilkes got this information from. You know, that they are trying to play around with the safeties before this. Because he got into that heated argument with him, and he said, this is not going to work. You can't just roll up all 3 of these safeties, and 2 of them are practice squad people. He's right. He's absolutely right. Chin is basically your strongest safety out there. And I mean, the only safety's name that hasn't been mentioned here is Woods. You know, what are you going to do with Woods? Still, point being, Sean Chandler and Sam Franklin are definitely special teamers. They're practice squad people. Been pointing that out for a long time now. Anyone that's been watching these streams knows this. I would even argue that Sean Chandler should be on the practice squad. But because of these, Sean Chandler has improved, therefore he is on the 53-man roster. I will accept this, you know, as long as we have a safety on the practice squad, you know, to back him up in case there's an emergency situation where Sean Chandler chokes again. That is acceptable to me. I'm okay with this. Getting into the next section of this. Paul Pasquini. Pasquini. I think that's how you say his last name. I apologize that I butchered it, but, I do have an affinity for screwing up the last names, that I have trouble pronouncing. So, please do correct me in chat if I got that wrong. Please feel free. Because I do like to be correct in what I say. But Paul is firmly in the corner of Steve Wilkes. And both of these men believe that we are too light at linebacker position. Again, been for weeks now. Since training camp even began, I've been saying that. Thank you, for finally acknowledging this. And we're not able to stop the run consistently. Yes, thank you. When Phil Snow just refuses to admit it publicly, but it's true. We gave up 250 rushing yards last week. Now, granted, Kareem Hunt by himself can put up about 50 to 70. But Nick Chubb should not be running circles around this defense. There's no excuse for that. We should be holding both of them together to about 100. Maybe 150. With a proper run defense. With the proper players that we need. But we don't have the proper players, so we're sitting here looking at 250 yards rushing and Phil Snow trying to come up with excuses why the run defense didn't work. Well, these players are really, really good. Yeah, no kidding. Look at the fantasy numbers. Should we pull those up too while we're at it? And then he goes on in the later presser to go and say, oh, we're going to go up the third and short plays because of the running game. Well, no kidding, Sherlock. Really? You think so? We had an incredibly hard time getting off the field on third and shorts. Not to mention third and long. We could not get off the field on third down, period, on defense. And it killed us. You could see it in the third and fourth quarter. These guys had hands on hips. You could clearly see it. And that's a clear sign of these guys being exhausted. For those that don't know. And are kind of new to the game. That's how that works. And the secondary is even more exhausted because they got to come up and play the run defense. And it's been suggested, okay, well, why don't we just stack the box? Well, duh. Here comes the long pass. How do you think that Giants wide receiver got as wide open as he did in that first week? That's what's going to happen if we load the box up. The 3-3-5 does not work in the NFL. Point blank for defense. 3-4 I can accept if we had the proper players. We had a Sean Reddick. That might work. We let him go because of money reasons. I can accept that. That's business. But if you want to run the 3-4, we got to have the proper players. If you want to run the 4-3, we got to have the proper players. If you want to run a 3-3, man, we got to have the proper players. Period. Why? And it's not the scouting department, it's the coaching. Because the coaching tells the scouting department, okay, look at these players, look at these players, look at these players, and these are the reasons why. But when your coaching staff has no idea what they're doing, and you start looking at the wrong types of players, this is the result. Been saying it. It's not a secret, folks. It's not complicated. And I'll continue with this. The D-line needs to be, on one side, a strong pass rusher, and on the other side, a speed pass rusher. Because of the fact that it's balancing each other out. The speed pass rusher ensures that there is enough heat on that offensive line that the other pass rusher can complement that and have the proper time to get to that quarterback. It's not complicated. But everybody wants to make it too complicated, so here we are. You know, we got Spider Burns, who, granted, is a pretty quick guy. Gross Matos doesn't have the strength to complement him. Now, if you could think back to the elite pass rushers that we used to have, we had Greg Hardy, Julius Peppers, people like that complemented each other on the line. One was a strength, one was a speed. Boom. Boom. Every time. It worked. For the longest time, it worked. McDermott understood this. Steve Wilkes understands this. Phil Snow does not. Matt Rule does not. Therefore, you get what we have right now. Now, granted, nothing against these players because they do have talent. I'm not saying they don't. They're being used incorrectly. And it's a real doggone shame because you're wasting these guys the prime years of their careers due to bad coaching. And it's not acceptable. It really isn't. These coaches need to go. Phil Snow and Matt Rule need to go. And we're going to continue on here. We've got Wilkes is saying that these linebackers are too light. They lost that weight for no reason. So, when you got linebackers that could be interchangeable as safeties, it's basically all one position. It blends together. You're essentially looking at a squad of linebackers that should be safeties. That's not a proper way to draft linebackers. I'm sorry, it's just not. You need balanced guys. Okay? Yes, you need to be able to pass rush. Yes, you need to cover. Yes, you need to run stop. But you need a balance of all three. We don't need just speedy guys that, they can get to the ball carrier. But can they tackle? Can they tackle? Can they run stop? That's been the problem. We haven't been able to plug up the gaps. And here we are. 250 plus yards. Rushing defense given up in one game. That's more than probably a good chunk of the season last year. Alright, so now let's talk about Carlos Dunlap. We're at Carlos Dunlap now. Carlos wanted to be here. And as I said before, yes, that the competition for every position does handicap you from getting a good player like Dunlap. I understand this, and I'm still willing to stick to that dynamic because I still believe in it. I still believe in competition, for these starting jobs. Whether you've been here for a day, whether you've been here for 7 years, no matter how much money you're making, I still believe in competing for those starting jobs and making sure we have the best 53-man roster on game days as possible. And I will continue to vouch for that one. Does it cost us Dunlap? Yes. But here's the thing. That's not all that costs us Dunlap. It's Phil Snow's defense that costs us Dunlap. It's his college level defense, and his inability to put these guys in the right places. Dunlap saw that, and he said, nope, red flag, I'm going to KC. Red flag right there, I'm going to KC. I'm going to get misused, and I've come too far in my career to be misused, and for that amount of money. I want a guaranteed salary, and who can blame him? At this point in his career, with all the successes he's had, who can blame this dude? I fully support him on that decision. I wouldn't want to play for these coaches either. Knowing what I know, if this information's right. I wouldn't blame him. But we can confirm that is a college level defense. We can confirm, that these safeties are being misused. We can confirm that we're still trying to figure out what we're doing with Brian Burns and Jeremy Chin. That I can guarantee you. I don't need to be I don't need to be a fortune teller to figure that one out. Okay? This is plainly obvious. It's been out there. It's obvious. If you're looking for the signs, you can see them as plain as day during the Cleveland Browns game. So yeah, I don't blame Carlos Dunlap for leaving, man. I know he wanted to be here, man, and shout out to him. Much love to Carlos Dunlap. Maybe one day when we get the proper coaches, man. Hopefully. I'd love to have him here. He's a force, man. This dude's a dominant force. Even as late in his career as he is, he's still a force. And I'd love to have him. If we can use him correctly, if we can put him in the right spots, I'm all for it. But that comes down to coaching, so that's a real shame right there. Because we would have paid this man his bag, man. We would have. And he would have earned every cent of it. Because he has throughout his career. You're paying for a man that is consistently good. I'll go and pull up those numbers, actually. A lot of people won't do this, but I'm going to do it. Because I believe in this. Alright, so he's been around the league, mostly with the Bengals. Seahawks for 2 years. This is why Scott Fitterer wanted him. It's because he worked with the Seahawks for 2020 and 2021. But you're looking at 8.5 sacks last year. 35 combined tackles. And that's not a fluke. This dude is solid. You could go down this list and see how many sacks this dude has. He's a terror. So, 5 sacks with the Seahawks in 2020, 9 with the Bengals in 2019, 8 with the Bengals in 18, 7.5 in 2017, 8 in 2016, going on down the list to earlier in his career when he was in his prime, 13.5 sacks back in 2015. That was our Super Bowl year. Was his highest sack count. But his rookie year, 9.5 sacks. Okay? You know you're getting a solid guy here. This is a consistently solid guy here. And a terror. And in 2017, he even had an interception that he got a pick six out of. Same in 2012. He got a pick six out of that one too. So, yeah, we won't have to worry about him because he's with the Chiefs, but that's not the point. The point is we just missed out on one of the most consistent defensive players I've ever seen in the last decade. And we screwed up, folks. We screwed up big time. And the majority of that is Phil Snow. Being Phil Snow. And I hate that, man. I really hate that. So, he's already got 7 combined tackles out of the 35 he got last year just in one game, in a sack already. And that's with the Chiefs. Imagine what this man is going to do with the Chiefs. We let the second best team in the league pick this man up. Think about that. We could have had him here. And we screwed that up. I'm telling you, Phil, Snow needs to go. That's not acceptable. For goodness sakes, look at the Vans 40-yard dash time. 4.71. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know right there. My goodness, man. We don't know how to keep these guys, man. This team is an absolute player mill. I hate to say it, but this is exactly what it is. It's a player mill. And nobody wants to admit it. But it's true. We develop these guys, with bad coaching, and then we ship them off, and then they do way better than they did here the very next year with better coaching. If you said the difference is coaching, ding, 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 you win a prize. All right, so let's go to Derek Brown. Derek Brown wants to be used as a pass rushing defense tackle and even lost weight in order to do that. They told him to lose weight. Come on. Come on. Why? And you wonder why you can't fit him into a bigger role, to stop the run. It's not rocket science. You literally told him to lose 30, 40 pounds. What do you think he's going to be able to do? He's not going to be able to stop the run after that. He's literally a linebacker at that point. I mean, this is humorous. This is just humorous at this point. This is getting to be... Oh my goodness, man. Alright, so... Then, we got Jeremy Chin. You can't figure him out. You can't figure out what the best thing to do with him is. I mean, he's a strong safety, for goodness sakes. You bring him in on blitz packages. You keep him out there to defend the pass. What's so complicated about that? Honestly, what is so complicated about that? He helps out the corners. He helps out the free safety. That's what his purpose is. And occasionally, yes, run blitz. And maybe once in a blue moon, a pass rush. You know, to shut down a strong passing game. You know, if you feel that is the best move to make. But if you can't figure out what to do with this man, you're wasting his talent. And Chin literally talked to David Tepper himself. He went above the ladder. He went above Matt Rule. He even went above Scott Fitterer, which I admire. That spine that it took to go over these two guys. Granted, he should never have to do that with Scott Fitterer, but still. And I feel like Scott Fitterer only can get this roster done. You know, he doesn't really have the power to fully mess around with the depth chart. That's what this is telling me right now. I could be wrong, but this is the read I'm getting. You know, Scott Fitterer puts the roster together. Matt Rule messes with the depth chart. This is the read I've been getting since training camp anyway. And if this information is correct, that means that theory is correct as well. So, you got Jeremy talking to David Tepper. He believes he could be a player, great player, but not at all at 3 different positions. Correct. That is very much correct. Then there's the question of what to do with Brian Burns. Okay, so granted, there are people saying that he is not strong enough, you know, to hold his own. You know, at the defensive end position. You know, he's quick enough, but he's not strong enough in the trenches. Okay, well, how do you fix that? You put him in the weight room, have him lift. You know, this is child's play stuff, man. This is easily fixable stuff, and we're making a mountain out of a molehill with this stuff. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. And Brian literally says he doesn't care if he's an edge rusher or a linebacker. You know, it doesn't matter to him. He just doesn't want to play for these guys. I don't blame him. We're wasting his talent. We are wasting this man's talent. And there were some people in a few different streams that said we should trade him because, you know, we're wasting these guys' talent. And I'm starting to agree with them. Maybe these people were onto something. You know, and I don't want to be that person that jumps on that train, but if you're not going to remove the coaches, then why have the players here? Why not just sink to 2 wins every year and keep getting draft picks and keep becoming the New York Jets? Because that's what Matt Rule wants. Wrong. Wrong answer. Panther fans don't want that. Panther fans are fed up with this. Okay? We are fed up with improper coaching, with bad techniques, with bad footwork, bad discipline, laziness on the field, mismanagement of players, and we're tired of bad coaching altogether. It needs to stop. The buck needs, at some point or another, it needs to stop. At what point do you stop that buck? Or are you glutton for punishment, Mr. Tepper? Because that's where we are right now. You have the power to end this. All you have to do is take a money hit. That's it. That you will earn back if you hire the correct coaches and the correct coaching staff that knows what the heck they're doing. You can stop this, Mr. Tepper, with all due respect. It is up to you. We have been voicing our opinions for weeks and months and even years on end now. It is up to you. Now, for those that want to criticize David Tepper on the York County situation, I will defend him on that one. He did everything right in that situation. However, this guy is not perfect. He's human. He does make mistakes, and all he's got to do is admit that he made a mistake and fire Matt Rule. You know who to put in? He's right there. He's right here in Carolina right now. And like I said a year ago, bringing back Steve Wilkes was the best thing we have done management-wise, since the early days of Ron Rivera. This is the best thing we have done. And for me to have to say that, and this man's not even a head coach right now? No. No, this is sad. This is a sad truth right here. We know who we should put in. He just showed you some spine and some backbone by speaking up on these things. What other coach in our coaching staff do you know of in our past history, in the past 20 years, that you know of that would have spoken up this much? After 3 years and blown the whistle on so many of these things. What other coach can you name? Like, I can't find one. I literally cannot find one, bro. Even McDermott stayed silent. And that's saying something. When McDermott stayed silent, you know you screwed up. This man just wanted out. And for good reason. He knew this ship was sinking like the Titanic. And he wanted out. He saw it way before we all ever did. So, Brian Burns apparently told this to Steve Smith and Julius Peppers. I mean, two legendary Panthers right here. And Julius Peppers has the most leaning right now on that subject because he was in that exact position. Think about that. Think about that for just 1 minute. Because now, I'm not saying Brian Burns has that same talent as Julius Peppers. That's not what we're trying to read out of this at all. What I'm trying to read out of this is the fact that Julius Peppers was in that same scenario where Ron Rivera mismanaged him. Well, here we are again. We haven't learned our lesson. We're mismanaging Brian Burns now. What's the difference? Find me a difference. Because there isn't one. He ended up in Green Bay for a reason. Okay? That's not... He ended up in the North for a reason, man. And it wasn't because of his lack of talent. It wasn't because of money. It's because he wanted out. Just like Brian Burns does right now. Now the question is, what do you do with him? Now we got 3 options. Everybody else is saying 2. I'm saying we got 3 options. And the third one will never be considered because of all the nonsense going on right now. Number 1, you could cut it. You could take your losses in money and gain back whatever cap we get back. Number 2, we could trade him, which is the more viable option at this point. Let's get some value out of him. Let's get a picker, maybe 2 out of him. I don't think we get more. I don't think we get a player and a pick for him. I think we just get 2 picks at most. And that's if we're really stretching it. We could get a high-end pick for Brian Burns right now. Maybe a 2nd rounder or a 3rd rounder. I can see it. On how valuable he really is as far as pick value. And other fans are going to have that same thing. They're going to be looking at, okay, well, I think he's valued this, or I think he's valued that, and it's going to be different from what I say. But generally, I've been pretty close when I value these players. If you guys haven't noticed. So I just want to point that out. You know, I'm not bragging, but generally I've been pretty close. So I can confidently say 2nd rounder or 3rd rounder based on his talent level, depending on how you use him. And the 3rd option is firing the correct coaches that have been screwing him up in the first place. So he doesn't have to leave. And he can stay here. And we don't have to talk about contracts or how much cap room we're losing or how much cap room we're gaining. That's your 3rd door, which this management and this ownership will not take. Because they are so terrified to admit they made a mistake. So, as of right now, if he wants out that badly, trade him. Moving on. Speaking of veterans, Luke Kuechly only comes back around because he loves the Panthers and has a ton of respect for Steve Wilkes and Al Holcomb. Thank you! Who did Luke play for in his last few years of his career? Steve Wilkes. It's plainly obvious, folks. Come on. But he would never coach for this regime. Absolutely not. I don't blame him. That's part of the reason he resigned from his scouting department job. Point blank, he saw the chaos that is going on, and he said, I don't want any part of this anymore. That's probably the main reason he actually resigned from it. Plus all the travel, that's the rest of it. You don't want to travel around. There ain't no point, man. Well, we just gonna scout the wrong people, man. I bet this dude was pissed off, man. The entire time he was traveling around this country, I bet he was pissed off. Knowing full well that we are getting the wrong people. And he could be scouting the right people. And he could be doing a doggone good job doing it, too. Because, think about it, folks. It's Luke. Okay? This man outsmarted 3/4 of Peyton Manning's audibles in the Super Bowl in the first half alone. You think this man can't scout for us? Come on. No one else has been able to do that, by the way. I want to point that out. No one else has been able to figure out 3/4 of Peyton Manning's audibles back in the day. It's impossible. It's like a gigantic chessboard. And this man managed to do it. So you're going to tell me Luke didn't smell this fire coming from a mile away and got out of Dodge? He saw the smoke from a mile away and he said, nope, done here. Luke is the smartest person in this organization, point blank. I'll say it right now and I'll say it again. Luke is the smartest person in this organization. The fact that he smelled this fire before everybody else and he got out of Dodge proves it. That's how much respect I got from my man Luke. And I mean, props to him for it. Good job, Luke. You don't need that stress, bro. Stay retired. You don't need to be a part of this mess. Stay retired, man. I don't blame him one bit. Alright, so this last bit here, Matt Rule always speaks to David Tepper with Phil Snow at his side. Now, why do you think that is? Phil Snow is the puppet master. It was just a puppet. It's becoming clear as day, folks. And I mean, this is getting out of hand, folks. We got to do something about this. If we want to change this franchise's culture, if we want to fix this franchise, we got to act. We got to fire these two men before it gets any worse. Matt Rule, every time he touches that roster, is screwing it up. I mean, look at the fact that we don't have Bozeman in. And this man is not on the injury list. Not on the injury list. That's right, folks. Heads up, you're about to see something a little interesting here. Here's the injury list. Look whose name ain't on it. And yet Matt Rule insists on playing Pat Eflin, who fumbled 6 times during the Browns game. 6 times. Pat Eflin is a mediocre, average run-of-the-mill center. If you really want to break it down, that's exactly what he is. Bozeman just came off a Super Bowl Rams team. This is further proof we are mismanaging our players in this roster. Been saying it for a few weeks now, and I'm still saying it now. Stop screwing around, Matt Rule. Why do we have a former Super Bowl winning center sitting on our bench when he is healthy and able to play? Things that keep you up at night after that Browns loss, right? I know that one kept me up. Jeez, man. And another one I wanted to point out here is Frankie Louvet with a shoulder injury. Alright, so we got limited practice on Wednesday and Thursday, full practice on Friday. Unspecified game status. Huh? So, let me get this straight. I want y'all to take a look at this list here. Notice what does not make sense. Marquise Haynes did not participate on Wednesday and ride to New York. Friday. Brandon Smith, only after having 2 limited practices, did not participate on Friday. He's the only one. And he's doubtful. We also have Shi Smith with a groin injury. Did not do anything on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Questionable. Now, the reason I point this out is, guess what we're practicing on, folks? If you guess turf, ding, 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 you got it. This is before we boarded the plane to New York. Now, if you can't pick out these injuries before we get to New York and figure out that we're practicing on turf, which causes injuries, and the New York Giants field is grass, you missed it. You missed the boat. Now, a couple of these are lingering injuries. I'll grant you that. But a couple of these are new. When we got players getting injured before the official game even starts on Sunday on a turf field, it's not hard to figure out where our problem is. It's not hard to fix these injuries. These preventable injuries. And what have I been saying? Prevent the preventable injuries. Do everything you can possibly do to prevent these injuries before stepping on that field on Sunday. And granted, practices will do that too, to a certain degree. But notice what types of injuries these are. Thigh, knee, groin, hip. Think about that. When these guys go down on that turf, what do they land on? The hip, the thigh, the knee, and the groin, right? Think about that. Let that sink in. That's what turf does to these players. Do you think they got pads on around those areas? Nope. Guess again. And for all those people that are just like, well, why don't we have them padded up like practice dummies? We can't do that. It's the NFL. What is this, flag football? What is this, Little League? We can't do that. And I'm tired of all these people that are just like, ooh, we gotta do safety measures on this and this and this and this and this. No, you don't. Get rid of the turf. It's not rocket science. Get rid of the turf. Man. Now here's the interesting thing. You look at the Giants injury list. You got lower leg, you got knee, calf injuries, shoulder, knee injuries, an actually unspecified illness, hamstring. None of these are things that these guys really land on turf that can get them legitimately injured and have them limited practices through Wednesday and Thursday. None of them. So the fact remains, we're practicing on turf. Mr. Tepper, with all due respect, man, please cut your losses on the turf, man. Please cut your losses. You're killing us from within. You don't even realize you're doing it, but you're killing us. If we don't have these star players on the field, if they can't make a difference on Sundays, guess who loses out? Everybody. We take L's. We lose money as an organization. These players lose money that should be paying their salaries. You know, money that pays these executives in the offices, you know, with the fancy chairs. You know, this is stuff that we got to do something about. And with all due respect, it's only a few $1 million. You can salvage that. You're a billionaire, man. Come on. This is pocket change to you. You gonna tell me you're not willing to sacrifice a couple mil just to maintain some grass? Think about it this way: if you are trying to take care of your lawn, would you get the cheap stuff, or would you get the stuff that makes sense, that you know you can maintain, and yes, you're taking a loss money wise, but you're getting some better stuff, man. You can cut that grass. You can maintain it. Whereas you get that cheap stuff, it's gonna look like garbage out there. You know. You can't maintain it, and you end up replacing it at a certain point. This is what we're dealing with here. You know, so with all due respect, that's what we're dealing with there. And so let's get back to this whole Matt Rule always speaks to David Tepper with Phil Snow with him. What happens when Phil Snow gets dismissed and Matt Rule has to do it on his own? How do those conversations go? I'm curious. I'm very curious. Because right now, this ain't it. This ain't it, folks. And David Tepper needs to stop with his love fest of Matt Rule. It's only going to get worse. The longer this man is still in here, the more damage he could do to this roster, into this franchise as we go forward. Along with Phil Snow. Both of them need to go. Man, I'm telling you, I'm sick of it. And I believe all of this stuff. You know, Cody found it. Cody from the C3 found it. And all due respect to the man. You know, all of this sounds believable. Very, very believable. There's some stuff in here that can be proven. And I've proven a few of them. With some facts. So, what we do with this information is up to us. You know, as fans. Are we going to let this slide, or are we going to start adding fuel to the fire to fire Matt Rule and Phil Snow both? I wasn't even on the Phil Snow fire train until now. Now I am. After they pointed out the obvious differences, and there was a lot of stuff I missed before I saw this information. So, I mean, this fills in all the gaps for me and answers a lot of questions, you know, as far as what Phil Snow is trying to do. Because he has no idea what he's doing. And that's exactly the answer. You know, he has no clue. So, who do we get as defensive coordinator once Phil Snow's gone? Well, we could pull a New England Patriots here where Belichick runs the entire offense and as a head coach, you know, / GM job. You know, a three-way street there where he kind of does all three jobs. Now, granted, they've had some good offensive coordinators in New England, but let's be real. The real play caller was Tom Brady the entire time he was up there. Once Tom Brady's gone, they are lost. You can clearly see it. So, Belichick's had to say, I want to be the offensive coordinator now. I want to be the head coach now. I want to be the GM as well. You know, take on all three responsibilities. I don't think Steve Wilkes is ready for that jungle and what that entails. You know, as far as head coach and defensive coordinator responsibilities at the same time, we fire Phil Snow, we get a puppet as a replacement. You know, a figurehead as a replacement. I don't think Steve Wilkes is up to that. Should he manage to take the head coaching job away from Matt Rule? I would rather him just focus 100% on that head coaching job, and then we get somebody competent at defensive coordinator. Now, who that might be, I don't know yet. So if anybody's got some suggestions, throw them in chat. I'm open to any names you guys have. I'm interested. I'm listening to any defensive coordinators that you might want to throw in there to replace Phil Snow with. But Wilkes, head coach job, absolutely. No question about it. He has showed, he has spine, he has backbone, and he is making his move. He is expediting the process right now. I truly believe that right now to get Matt Rule and Phil Snow out of here. So, bravo to him. Hats off to you. My respect. No one's had the guts to do this in the Panthers' history before. He has clearly spotted all of the problems that we have had and blown the whistle at all of them. And kudos to this man because I love it. I love it. I absolutely love it. Alright, so, that being said, what we need to rebuild this team. This is what our team should be retooled to look like. Not rebuilt, retooled. Change the wording here. Retooled. I know a lot of people like to use that word rebuild, but not right now. We got a lot of talent on this team, so we're not rebuilding, we're retooling it. You know, you got your Allen Riches, you got all this stuff, man. You got your car that you're working on, but you don't know how to use the tools? Man, sit down and let an actual mechanic handle this car. You know, sit down and let an actual mechanic work on your car. When you just came out of school, man, and you didn't learn nothing. No. You go hand this man the keys to your Cadillac, your baby, your prized possession, and this man don't know how to work on your car? Nope, bye. Get out of my garage. Man, and take your cheap tools with you. Shopping at the freaking Dollar General. Y'all know what I mean, man? Y'all ever worked on cars? That's how that works, man. That's exactly what David Tepper is doing right now. He's letting this man rent all these beautiful tools and work on your Cadillac. Yeah. Golly. I wouldn't be able to stand it, man. I wouldn't be able to stand it. If I owned that Cadillac, if I owned this team, I would not be able to put up with this, man. My patience would be through the roof. Gone. And Tepper, man, I hate to say it, but you can't just, like, put in some coaches and then walk away. That ain't how this works. That ain't how it works, bro. All due respect, it's the NFL. You know, this ain't a stock exchange where you just put your money into the stocks and then just walk away and let your stock manager handle it. You know, I love you for it, but you just don't know what you're doing with here, man. With all due respect. And I think he's starting to learn. I really do think he's starting to learn. But, you know, you gotta stop the infection before it keeps spreading throughout this franchise. You gotta get it at the bud. You gotta get it at the center of the root. You know what I mean? Otherwise, them branches are just gonna keep spreading. Them rotten branches are gonna keep getting more and more rotten as you go along. Sooner or later, this is gonna become the New York Jets. If we don't put a stop to it. No, we're going to be worse than the Jaguars. We're going to be worse than the Detroit Lions. We're going to be the New York Jets at that point. Which, I mean, Matt Rule wants that. This man wants that at this point. He's salty that he couldn't get that job up in New York, so he's trying to ruin everybody. Look how many former Jets players that we got on this roster. Not to mention former Temple and former Baylor people. He wants familiarity. Get your familiarity and take it back to college. where it rightfully belongs. And there was somebody saying, I forget who it was, that Nebraska might offer him a job for Matt Rule. Yeah, please do go to Nebraska, man. Please do. Please do, and take your troubles with you. Take Phil Snow with you. You can have him. I don't want him here no more. You know, we're trying to improve. We're not trying to sit here at 8 wins every year, 6 wins, 7 wins every year, and they complain about the fact that we're not going to accept mediocrity. No, this needs to stop. You want change in this organization? It starts with firing Matt Rule. Alright, so what this team should look like after you've fired Matt Rule and Phil Snow and put Wilkes in. Immediately, throughout the entire 53-man roster, you're going to see discipline, you're going to see footwork, technique, and a lot of different things that we should be doing right now. No more laziness, consistency, and competitiveness. You will see that immediately if you put Steve Wilkes as head coach. So, that being said, once we do that, we need to start retooling the lines. Not rebuilding, retooling. We need to get the correct linemen on both sides of the ball that do the correct things. And I've been thinking about this all week. You need balanced offensive linemen and balanced defensive linemen that show a 60-40 favoritism on the offensive line towards pass protection. And on the defense, you need a 60-40 predominant run defensive line. That's what you need to be able to run even just a simple 3-4 or a 4-3. But once it gets more complicated than that, then yes, you're going to need more talent on those lines, which is going to require drafting. It's going to require free agency. It's going to require restructuring of contracts just to keep people on this roster, which we've had to do this offseason. But are we developing the wrong types of players? Yes. That's the problem. So, with the lines retooled, okay, you're going to see an immediate difference on that offensive line where these guys are working on footwork, discipline, technique, hands, all of these things that we were never able to do before under the current offensive line coaching and the current coaching staff that we have right now. But you will see it under Wilkes, because he will change the entire 53-man roster into a disciplined, tough, fighting machine. Okay? So, lines are now fixed. We already have the weaponry on offense. We have shown that in the fourth quarter of the Browns game. We put up 17 in one quarter. And that's without even Bozeman being in. Imagine with Bozeman being in, and we put the ball in the hands of CMC throughout at least 3 of the 4 quarters. You know, to keep CMC healthy, you limit the amount of snaps, but you don't limit it too much. You know, you want to sub in. So, yes, you can throw CMC in the slot if you wish. But that's not the goal here. The goal is to utilize CMC in the best ways possible. And right now, I've got faith in Ben McAdoo to be able to do that. We've only seen 1 quarter, but I want to see 4 whole quarters of that. You know, where we don't screw up, we don't fumble the ball, we don't do the stupid things that we've been doing in the first 3 quarters that cost us that game. We should have never been in that position where we lost by that many points at the end. If we had put up the points to begin with in the first 3 quarters, even just the first half, we would have never been in that position. And everybody knows it. We should have won that game by at least 7 to 10 points. Point blank. And that's bare minimum if you start throwing it to CMC and using him the right way. And that's without even Bozeman being our starting center. Think about that. Once Bozeman comes in as he's healthy, you know, you've got everybody doing the right thing, hitting the weight room, you know, making sure that they're strong and they're winning the battle on the trenches, you know, or at least negating the pass rush. Then, in all reality, this team should be, you know, you take away the fumbles, you take away all the garbage. Think about that, folks. What we could do with those types of numbers on offense. And if we could replicate in any sort of way that first half defense, you know, minus the run defense, you know, that was becoming a major kryptonite for us, which we already knew about already. We could be a serious force to be reckoned with this year. And the door is open for 9 wins. Any more than that is a really hard press right now. But the door would be open for 9. With our schedule being what it is right now. Now next year, when Tom Brady's off the board, that's 2 more wins because the Bucs are lost without Tom Brady. Even Bruce Arians can't solve the Bucs' problems after that. As much talent as he's got on that board in Tampa, there's no way. Without that leader, they're lost. And it's going to slowly degrade and we get our wins next year. If we build correctly here, we can take those 2 wins without a problem. But we got to build correctly. We got to get the right players. We got to have the right leadership. Otherwise, we're just shooting ourselves in the foot. What is even the point of winning this division if we can't win it and be a playoff contender? That's the point I've been trying to make for the past year. Which nobody wants to hear, you know, outside of this Keep Pounding crew. You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to hear it. But I know y'all do. I know y'all love this, man. Because this is how we fix this team. First draft pick needs to be an offensive guard. Second draft pick needs to be a linebacker. I mean, it's plain as day obvious. That's what we need to do with this draft, no matter where we end up drafting. And it is time that we get the proper players. We stop telling these guys to slim down, you know, for stupid reasons and for no reason at all. It is time that we start getting these guys in shape and stronger. Strong enough to stop the run. And I'll tell you something that might piss off a lot of people that are anti-Gettleman. One of the few things that Gettleman did right when he was picking up defensive players is he loved to pick up hog mollies, as he calls them. These guys were excellent run stoppers. That's all they did. That was just their job. Run stoppers. Now, I give them credit for that. But in all reality, you need balanced guys. If you're just looking at 80 to 85% run predominant run defensive tacklers, you know, you're not going to get anywhere. You need a pass rusher too. And that's where he failed when he was picking up these guys. You know, Vernon Butler, all these people, that's where he screwed up. And he's human just like the rest of us. Scott Fitter is human just like the rest of us. Yeah, there's going to be a few busts. But if you're not even looking at the right players to begin with because of your coaching staff not giving you the right players on your board, they're handicapping you from doing your job right as a GM. Point blank. That is exactly it. And with that handicapping comes the failure to build a 53-man roster that can compete through 18. Goes right down the list. Each thing has an impact on the next. Domino effect. And if you don't stop the root of the problem, that domino effect will keep getting worse and worse and worse as you go along as a franchise. So point blank, leaving Matt Rule and Phil Snow on this coaching staff is going to have negative effects for 3 to 4 years. And yes, that's how long it takes to develop some of these players and get them comfortable and fit into your system. A winning system that can actually help you win games, like a 3-4 or a 4-3, you know, that are typically used in the NFL. You know, not this garbage one that we're running right now. It takes 3 to 4 years to fully get these guys to their prime. Some of these defensive linemen, some of these defensive tackles, some of these linebackers. Once you get them developed into your system, then, and only then, they start to wreak havoc on offenses. If they're coached and developed the correct way and used the correct way, which our players have never been used correctly. Except for a few rare years where we had rosters like 2014, 2015, and then the one back in the Super Bowl days when Jake Delhomme was around. You know, that one particular year, we were using this roster correctly, and we were using these players in the right spots. McDermott knew what he was doing. And I mean, it's evidenced when you watch the Bills. And I believe they have a Monday night game this week, right? I want y'all to watch the Bills defense. I want y'all to really watch it. I want y'all to see where these guys are positioned and why. McDermott has a plan, dude. McDermott knows exactly where these guys are supposed to go and how they're supposed to fit. And why. You don't see many weaknesses on that D. There's a reason. You know, there's a reason why the Bills are consistent on not 2, but 3 consistent seasons now. They're right up at the top of the AFC. There's a reason. And the fact that we blew it and we didn't make this man head coach when we had a chance to, that hurts. That really hurts. God, it hurts. That could have been us. Think about that. Think about what McDermott brings to the Bills. Chemistry, technique, footwork, hands, discipline. You know, How many times do you see these guys actually commit penalties in Buffalo? Unless it's just false starts or holding penalties. You don't see them commit many. There's a reason for that. That's called discipline. That's something this coaching staff can learn something from. They can learn a thing or two about that. And teach our players about it. But I will give our O-line and our D-line credit, man. You don't see them committing penalties. You don't see them doing stupid stuff like they were last year. That's a credit to the O-line coaches and the D-line coaches. And to Steve Wilkes. Because he is showing these guys, okay, we need to do these things to stay disciplined on these lines. Not give up free yards, not be stupid, not shoot ourselves in the foot. Now, the one thing I want to see from this O-line going forward is keeping those hands engaged when dealing with defenders. Because Clowney just had a field day on us when we were dealing with Cleveland. And Clowney is known for that. If you don't keep this man engaged, he will find creative ways to get his hands up in the air and knock a pass down. He's famous for it. He was famous for it in the South Carolina Gamecocks, and he's famous for it now with the Cleveland Browns. And he had a lot of success with that in Houston as well. So, how do you stop that? Engage the man's hands. Do not let him get those hands up. That's proper blocking. That's winning the battle in the trenches. You know, and that's something that these guys are starting to learn how to do this year. Which I applaud them for. I applaud them for it. The only time we had trouble with that was Clowney, who's famous for it, and, of course, Myles Garrett. Which, I mean, granted, you had about 3 or 4 of those guys that were pass rushing. You know, one of them wasn't even in the box most of the time. That came into the box to try to knock down some passes. You know, that are famous for it. You know, when you go back and look at the numbers that I showed you guys in the pregame for the Browns game, these guys are famous for that stuff, man. So, that being said, I kind of want to look at how many pass blocks the Browns actually got against us, because it's interesting. We actually had 7 passes deflected by Browns guys. Now keep in mind, these were spread out. You got Myles Garrett, who had 1. You got 2. That's not a surprise to see that 2 on that board. He's famous for it. Right. Then you got Ward with 1. And who the heck is Winfrey? Because I didn't even mention Winfrey. He's got 1 as well. But Ward is one of those guys that will occasionally come into the box and start screwing with you. You know, just to make you just throw it to somewhere else. He's one of those dangerous guys, man. And you got to anticipate this stuff. I think it was either Ward or one of those other guys that I mentioned. But when you got about 3 or 4 of these guys that are famous for knocking down passes, you got to make sure to do your job as an offensive lineman and keep those hands engaged no matter who you're facing. You know, it could be the best pass rusher in the league. Keep the hands engaged. You know, don't let them swim move you. Don't let them do all this nonsense, shake and bake nonsense. Keep those hands engaged. And that's what I need to see from the offensive lineman going forward. You know, I'm not complaining about their performance necessarily. It was average. But I'd like to see a lot more out of that offensive line. I think they've got a lot more to give, because, and the reason I'm saying I'm not complaining about their performance is because if you look at the fourth quarter, they actually looked pretty. Some of that was on Baker because he had a little bit of a quicker release, and a smarter reaction time than he did in the first half. Whereas he just held onto that ball and just could not find anybody, so he was just like, just running around until he got sacked. I mean, that come on, man. And I've heard from multiple Browns fans that are just like, this is what he does. He'll hold on to the ball too long. He'll have tunnel vision on one wide receiver. He'll overthrow a man and throw picks, and stuff like that. And I'm like, no. No. I see more potential in this man than what they're saying. I see a lot more potential when I watch that fourth quarter. There's a lot more. That's not what I saw in that preseason games either. That's not what I saw in that training camp. He's got more potential than that. Let him prove it. Let him show you. Let him get these balls into the hands of playmakers. Speaking of playmakers, where was DJ in that first game? I need to point that out because DJ kind of got. Granted, he has 6 targets, but. And I'm going to answer that question because look who was on him. When you look at the corners, who was on him? See? See there? That's what happened to DJ. And I actually got a few questions people asking me that question. Trying to figure out what happened to DJ's numbers this week. Why wasn't he getting the fantasy numbers he normally gets? That's why. Great coverage by that Browns defensive corner. I got to give him respect. It is not easy to shut down my man DJ. So, tip of the cap to the Browns guy on that one. You don't see this guy get, 3 catches a game. It just doesn't happen. So, my respect, man. I don't know what that corner was doing, and maybe he had some safety help. Maybe they were keying in on him. Doubling him up. It's possible. That's why we were able to get that ball to Robbie a little more than we thought we could. So, I recognized it. As soon as I saw it, when we started hitting Robbie for a few of these passes, I was like, okay, that must mean they're doubling up DJ. Turns out I was right. You go back and look at the tapes, that's exactly what they were doing. They had safety help, they had a corner on them, and that's part of the reason you saw 1 or 2 of these defensive pass deflections come from a corner. From that one guy alone. You got one from the guy that was on DJ. Which, I forget the name of the guy. Could have been right. It easily could have been right. I don't know. But, I know one of those pass deflections came from protecting DJ. So, credit to him. I got respect for that. For all the Browns fans coming up in here, man, I want to give y'all respect where it's due. Y'all got a few talented players, man. And granted, I give y'all's running backs the credit you deserve too. I am going to have to downplay Nick Chubb a little bit because I know he's not capable of that many rushing yards on a normal day. That's our god-awful defense. You'll see about 60, 70 yards out of Nick Chubb, per game when he's splitting carries with Kareem Hunt. That makes sense, to expect that. Somewhere around the 100 to 150 range for both of them together is a reasonable amount. They're both monsters, I give them credit where they're due. But our run defense has been god-awful, terrible, dumpster fire trash for the last 2 years. At stopping the long runs and stopping the touchdowns. And these are simple draw plays. For Nesbitt to be... Oh my gosh, man. This is what really made me mad about that game. About our run defense. When you say Jacoby Brissett get that many rushing yards, 10 rushing yards off of 4 carries. And I know it may not look good on the stat sheet, but 4 yards per carry, typically, from a lot of these quarterbacks that were running up the middle, sometimes 6 or 7, you got to wonder what the heck is going on with our secondary. And whether some of this stuff that Cody brought up was true. This college-style defense. You got to wonder if this stuff is true. And I'm putting some actual fire into this this storyline he's throwing out. Because I think it's true. And the reason you can prove it is because of this defensive run game. That's for starters. Secondly, Jeremy Chinn's running around the defense like his head's cut off. He don't know what to do. All he knows is he needs to make a play. He's trying to pull... Okay, forgive my pun here. Because it's apples to oranges here, comparison-wise. But he's basically trying to pull a Troy Polamalu. Where he's within 5 yards of every play, where the ball is. And he can't do it. He can't do it, folks. With all due respect, he's Jeremy Chinn. Yes, he's got the skills to do a lot of things. But at the same time, he's also Jeremy Chinn. You know what I mean? He can't do everything. So, when you're underutilizing him, and you have no idea what you're supposed to be doing with him, yeah, he's going to be running around like the Flash trying to figure out where he's supposed to be. Like, you can't... He can't be Mr. Dependable when you ain't got nobody to depend on. In that secondary. In that linebacking core. And on that defensive line besides your secondary. So, realistically, while we did have an excellent first half defensively, minus the run defense, we still gave up points in the second half. And, that's on mismanagement of these players because there's no excuse for it. We got the talent back there. We just got the wrong talent. So, jumping back into the fire here, Phil Snow ain't it. Shout out to Gina, who says, good luck with the Panthers. I'm on with the Saints. There you go. There you go. Good luck with your Saints, though. Because you're doing with Jameis Winston over there, man. And Ugh. That ain't no cakewalk either right now. If that's where you want to go, that's up to you. You know, we got a great organization, we got a great fan base, man, but the management is just pure trash right now, and we need to start taking that trash out, man, before it starts stinking up the whole building. And that's exactly what it's doing. Robbie Anderson has more yardage than CMC the entire game. We got a problem. CMC had 57 yards of total offense for the entire game. Robbie Anderson had 102. Now, that's not to discredit Robbie. But when Robbie, who has had catching issues for the last few weeks, gets more yardage than CMC, we got a problem. That's mismanagement. You know, that's our offense not doing anything in that first half. Because if you put that ball in CMC's hands, he easily outgains that in the first half alone. Easily. Everybody knows that. Everybody that's been watching in the league knows this. You know, a healthy CMC will outrun you. He will outrun circles around you. You know, if you don't have a run defense to battle him with. He's a nightmare. You know, and that's why I'm not ready to throw the towel in on CMC yet. Everybody's like, oh, trade CMC, he's an injury risk. Well, what has he done when he's been healthy? Have y'all bothered to check those numbers out? So I don't want to hear that narrative no more. Nope. Don't throw that narrative at us. We ain't hearing that no more. Because if you look at CMC, when that ball is in his hands, 4 catches. This man does not drop a pass. 6 yards per play. Longest was 21. We all know what he's capable of. 10 rushes for 33 yards. 3.3. And a touchdown. Plus, he dives over defenders now. Y'all really want to trade that? Be my guest. Watch this offense sink to the bottom of the ocean like the Titanic. Just as quickly as it rose. Be my guest and go ahead and do it. Because you know this man's worth at least two second rounders right now. You know he is. Stop lying to yourselves and admit the truth. He's got value. He's got star power value on this offense. He's a leader. Any team that is struggling right now. Heck, the Giants already saw. There was a Giants fan that said, we'll gladly take Brian Burns in a heartbeat. These are leaders, guys. You can't just toss these guys to the wolves. You can't do this. You're killing us. And yet this management is just determined to sabotage us left and right. And it breaks my heart. Being a fan for as long as I have. Watching this year after year after year. And it pisses me off to no end. To know that we are not getting the right people. That we're still mismanaging. We're not learning anything. I don't get it. I don't get it. when Baker Mayfield can even run a touchdown on these guys. And CMC only gets 33 rushing yards, and he's our top rusher? Come on, man. Y'all gotta step it up. Y'all gotta step it up. And this is yet again Foreman. I want y'all to notice these numbers now that I've just highlighted in blue here. Look at these numbers. 2 rushes for 5 yards, 2.5 yards per carry. His longest was 4. Man, somebody got a bromance with this dude, man. I'm telling you. In this management circle. Somebody got a bromance with him. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it. How he makes this roster over Spencer Brown. Y'all keep seeing the numbers. Game after game. 2.5 average rushing yards. Shoot 3.0 every time. It's higher. And y'all still want to go with Foreman. I don't understand it. I don't understand the love fest for this dude. I really don't. Somebody please tell me what I'm missing out on. Because this is getting to be ridiculous. This is, to me, another mismanagement by Matt Rule of this roster. And don't even get me started on Sean Chandler from last year. Granted, he had a great three games of preseason play, but that don't equal anything regular season wise unless you played a full game in regular season. Show me that he can do that in regular season play, I'll start believing it. But until then, we're still seeing the same Sean Chandler we did last year. Point blank, period. Show me that he could do this in regular season. I'm okay with it. Put him in a few plays. Let's see what he does. But if I see that same thing we've been seeing last year, where he's confused, where he has no clue what he's doing, no. This is a byproduct of Phil Snow's college level defense. Practice squad guy. I'm taking what Cody said and I'm running with it here because he's right. All of this stuff seems correct to me. It all adds up. It all makes sense. Every bit of it. I have had zero reason to dispute any of it at the moment. And I've had a lot of questions about why Luke, certain things like why Luke Kuechly quit his job, with the scouting department, when it's obvious he could have helped us a lot, and granted, I give him credit for the issue of traveling and stuff like that. Not a problem. I've had questions about why we're not getting a proper pass rush, why we're not getting the proper run help from the secondary, why we're not doing this and that. And this backdoor information that Cody just threw out here fills in a lot of gray areas and question marks for me. A lot. I've gotten the answers I need now. And it also reaffirms what I've been saying the last few weeks, about certain things. It adds fuel to the fire of my theories too. A lot of them. So, and there's a couple of them I'm not going to say on air. But David knows what those are because I've had a couple of discussions with him, off stream, probably in video chats. So, he knows. And he's pointed out a couple of these things too. So, that being said, I want to kind of shift into this Giants game. Now, who we have out is Nick McLeod, Aaron Robinson, my bad. Appendicitis. That sucks. Wandale Robinson, the wide receiver, with a knee injury out. Alright, so that's 2 corners and a wide receiver so far. And then you got Jason Pinnock. That's your 3rd corner out for this game. Alright, so that already tells me we need to start taking advantage of the corners. Right out of the gate. I don't even need to see anything else. Just take advantage of the corners. So DJ needs to start having a good day this week. That's my breakout player for tomorrow, is DJ. After the slow start he had against the Browns. When I see 3 corners on this injury list that are out, absolutely, I better see DJ pop off. And Robbie get a few catches as well. Alright, so we got the center, John Feliciano. Lower leg, unspecified for game day. He did have a full practice on Friday. We'll see about him. Linebacker, Aziz, with a calf injury, doubtful. Doubtful more than likely means you're not going to see him on Sunday. For those that are not aware of what that status means. Because, I mean, for any of the newcomers to the game, you know, they're not going to understand that. So, Jason Pinnock is a big one. Jason Pinnock's a big name guy. Kayvon, the linebacker with a knee, doubtful. Again, I see this designation for the position of SAF. What does that mean? Does anybody know? I'm still trying to figure that one out. So if anybody knows, please do drop that in chat. I'd like to know. Clavicle injury. Ooh, ouch. Full practices, though. Okay. I mean, we'll keep an eye on Dane here. Hamilton with a illness, unspecified, limited practice on Friday. He's one of the main tackles. All right, so that's 2 offensive linemen. And then you got Kadarius Toney with a hamstring injury that's questionable. 2 limited practices here. Simply put, taking out all the unspecified guys here, you got 2 corners right out of the gate, 3 corners, a linebacker, and another linebacker. That's your whole secondary right there. That's your whole secondary, Giants. Okay, SAF is safety? Thank you, Lock Poppy. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. I did not know. I legit did not know. So, I've been asking that question last week, too. And nobody knew. So, thank you very, very much for that answer. Now I know how to read that stat, that positional area when we're looking at these. But yeah, 3 corners, 2 linebackers. What does that say to y'all? It's feasting time, isn't it? If our O-line can act right and win that battle in the trenches, and we start putting that ball in the hands of CMC, it's predator mode for this offense, man. I'm telling you. It is predator mode. We ought to be feasting on these guys. There's no excuse for it if we don't. I mean, these are two of your main corners and a backup corner. And we're not even talking about Feliciano. We're not even talking about the unspecified guys here. You know, Belton and Hamilton. We're not even talking about these guys yet. We're just talking right out of the gate. Linebacker and corner position. You're already up the creek with these two positions. That's fine, baby. I expect DJ to get some points this week. Put this man in your fantasy roster. I'm telling you right now, put him in. You will not regret it. And put Saquon Barkley in too, because he's going to be roasting our defensive line. Alright, so if you got a fantasy team, that's what you need to do. And if I'm playing against you in this Keep Pounding League, and I see Barkley, I'm going to be freaking out, man. Real talk, I'm going to be freaking out. Hey. Real talk, man. You're about to earn your points this week. This is the weakest run defense we've ever had. So if you guys don't take advantage of it with every single running back that plays our D-line. Come on, man. You're kidding yourselves. You know? You're honestly kidding yourselves if you don't take advantage. So I see Brandon Smith is doubtful. That's the only one that really concerns me at the moment on this injury list. Shi Smith, we're not even handing the ball to Shi Smith, so I'm not even worried about that one. Taylor Moten is a big one, though. However, he had a full practice on Friday. That's why I'm not concerned. I think he will play. Frankie Luvu will play. He's been nursing that shoulder injury for about 2 weeks now. And he had a full practice on Friday as well. Good deal there. Haynes. I mean, realistically, we haven't seen much of him. But we've seen enough of him that he makes an impact rarely on the run defense. Did not practice on Wednesday. Limited practice Thursday. Full practice on Friday. He will play. He will be available on game day. So that's what we're dealing with, I think. That's just injuries right out of the gate. Now, we're going to start taking a look at this depth chart. Alright. So our official depth chart is the same as it has been. Haven't changed it. Except for the fact that Bozeman is still on the bench. Why? This will forever haunt us in this 16 to 17 game winning season. You know, if we're to win 9 games out of this, Bozeman must start. Period. He must start. We cannot continue the clown show that is Pat Eflin at starting center. We cannot do it if we're going to entertain 9 wins. Not to undervalue Pat Eflin's, run blocking ability, because he does have run blocking ability. You know, let's not sell this man short. He does have run blocking ability, but he's 60-40 in predominantly run blocking. Whereas Bozeman is more of a balanced offensive lineman. He's more pass protection. And as long as Matt Rule is running this depth chart, Bozeman will not see starting job again. No matter how healthy he is. Alright, moving on. It does not surprise me TMJ made this 53-man roster. I called that one a mile away during training camp. I said this man was winning. He won in preseason as well. As soon as he came back healthy, I had predicted it. That's a roster spot. LaVisca, we haven't seen him yet. I'm looking forward to that. So we've got on defense frankly, we need more out of Henry than just one play. We got Sam Franklin Jr., Sean Chandler back here. We're relying on Hartsfield a lot, which is good. I do believe in Hartsfield. Even just against the run, I do believe in him. I think he's solid. Now, if we do, as everybody suggested, we actually do trade Brian Burns, then Marquise Haynes Sr. has to step up into that starting job. Barno is not ready. I'll say this again. Barno is not ready. He is a rookie. It's not smart. And what do you have on the other side of the line? Gross Matos? This dude's been a second stringer for forever. He's finally getting his starting reps, which, I mean, well deserved. He had a great preseason both years. Well deserved. But Henry Anderson is the only other guy that we have. And do y'all trust Haynes? I don't know, man. I don't know. And we also don't know much about Corey Littleton either. Brandon Smith was brought in to be a run stopper. Point blank, run stopper. So, realistically, you look at this roster, there's no excuse why we cannot win this game. None at all. Alright, let's look at the Giants. And here's the thing that I want to point out. You look at this roster. Who stands out to you right away? And if you say Saquon Barkley, wrong. It's Evan Neal. Anybody been watching this stream since draft day knows I have absolutely been infatuated with Evan Neal as a right tackle. I wanted this man in here, man. In the worst way, we needed an Alabama tackle. Deontay Brown was a bust. I'll grant you that. Right tackle. Think about that. Already. And he's a rookie. 6'7", 350 pounds from Alabama, and he's already has a starting job with the Giants. If this dude has a starting job with the Giants, imagine where he would be with us in our depth chart. Let's again look at this depth chart. Okay, right tackle, right? We got Taylor Moten here. We got Cameron Irving. But, oh, wait. We got Brady Christensen over here at left tackle, right? But guess where he is? He's starting at left guard. Therefore, what do we got over here at left tackle? Basically nothing. If you don't draft Icky. So, we drafted Icky. And I'm going to tell you something, man. Evan Neal would have made the most effective left tackle we gotten in this draft. He was the pick for me. First round. I'm not even going... There's no reason to dispute it. If you watch that first game of his with the Giants, where he just bullies a defensive end that's been in the league for a few years now, absolutely bullies him. With blocking, pass blocking, there's no reason why we should have passed up on this dude. I can argue this till I'm blue in the face, but this management don't want to listen. This is yet again another scenario where we picked the wrong offensive lineman. Because these guys don't know what they're doing. Their coaching style is all wrong. And when your coaching style is all wrong, you're going to pick the wrong lineman. That's what it stems from. Coaching. Alright, so let's continue on. You got Kenny Galladay, and Darius Slayton at wide receiver. Now, both of these guys, when they're healthy, are not that much of a threat, but, you know, together they can be. Wan'Dale Robinson, nobody's even looking at him. Except for the fact that when this man gets open, like he did in the first game, because of the fact that you didn't give him your corner safety help. When you don't give your corner safety help, watch what happens. And I mean, again, this is why our secondary is going to shut these guys down, because we actually give our corners some safety help. You know, we got Wilkes coaching this defense, as well as Phil Snow. And I mean, they're going neck and neck at each other. But we still got that help. So, another thing I'm noticing is they don't have much in the way of depth here. Because I'm seeing Ben Bredson being used for about 2 different positions here, center and right guard. I'm noticing Tyree being used at right tackle and left guard. And then there's Joshua Izidu. Now, if anybody's been paying attention, this dude is from North Carolina. I also was looking at him in this past draft. 6'4", 308 pounds. I mean, the guy's a freaking tank. 3rd round choice. This is why we needed a 3rd round pick. Because you miss out on people like this guy right here. This is where it hurts us. Now do y'all see where this starts to come full circle? When it comes to draft picks, when it comes to players like this, you cannot give up draft picks like they're candy. And Scott Fitterer knows what he's doing. He knows what we need. However, You know, he's trying to appease Matt Rule. He's trying to keep his job. And who can blame him? With the circus that's going on, this Barnum and Bailey circus of a coaching carousel right now in Carolina, who can blame him? You know, so you start to miss out on players like this because you don't have a third round, because you have to trade that third round to get a player just to survive the year, because his hands are tied, because Matt Rule is trying to save his job. You see where all this becomes a problem? Folks, it all circles back around. Every bit of it. We would have gotten a hometown offensive lineman here at 308 pounds from North Carolina Tar Heels University, 6'4". Come on, man. What are we doing? Yeah, he may not have started, but this dude would be a solid guard pickup. Where we desperately need guards. Look at this. Michael Jordan is not trustworthy. We ended up trading Dennis Daly for a fifth. And frankly, I'm surprised he was even worth that. Could have fooled me, man. I thought he was worth a 6 or a 7. No. We got a fifth out of that. I was like, you're kidding me. Okay, we'll take it. I'm not going to argue with it. You know, at this point, I'm not going to argue with that. If you think he's worth a fifth, give me a fifth. That's more than I expected to get. That's what Tepper's thinking. That's what Scott Fitter is thinking right now. Give me that fifth. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anybody that gives me that fifth for Daly, I'm taking it. Michael Jordan, same thing. He's worth a fifth or a sixth. I'll take it. Give me that fifth or sixth, man. You know, give me this dude, Joshua Azidu, right here. As a replacement for that, if we had that third round pick, give me that Joshua Azidu pick, baby. All day long. I love these 300-pound guys from North Carolina, man. I love these guys. And the Giants got another one from us, man. That's 2 offensive linemen they got from us in this past draft. Can y'all believe that? Can y'all honestly fathom this? This is how frustrated I am with this coaching staff right now. They're locking down They're locking down Scott's hands, man. He can't do anything. He's got to draft who they asked him to draft, based on what's on his board that the scouts are giving him. And the scouts, guess who they work for? They work for Matt Rule right now. They don't work for Scott right now. Half of them work for Scott, but he can't do much about it. He's got to get who Matt wants him to get. So this is 2 offensive linemen that we could have gotten at guard position. And look how they're using them. Hold up. Y'all got to see this. This is how they're using them. Right tackle Evan Neal. We could have put him at left. It would have worked just fine. Joshua Azidu at left guard. Our 2 biggest areas of need. Right there. And the Giants got both of these guys. If that doesn't piss you off as a Panthers fan, I don't know what does. And look at this. He's listed as a left tackle as well. Look at this. Look at this. Can you ask for anything more than that right there? They just got a steal from us, man. God, I'm telling you. That burns me up as a Panthers fan. Every bit as much as these reports coming from Cody tonight, man. It frustrates me to no end. These are the Evan Neal types. Right there in our biggest areas of need. Left tackle and left guard. This is a known problem, and we have not been able to deal with it. Why? Because our coaching staff needs to be replaced. Like Blake, I'm saying it. Folks, if you're still on the Matt Rule train right now, woo woo, right to the bottom of the ocean. That's where you're going. You going to Nebraska. You going to Cornhusker Town. That's where you're heading. Because you ain't staying at the NFL level. I can tell you that. Not after a year like this is going to be. But I'm going to tell you this. Still looking at this offense of the Giants. Sterling Shepard used to be a pretty good guy, man. He's a journeyman. He's a pretty good wide receiver. I like him. You know, he's in his winning years, but hey, Giants brought him back. Cool. Daniel Bellinger, tight end. You know, Bellinger's pretty good. Not one of the better ones out there, but I mean, pretty good for a tight end. I mean, we could shut him down. I just want to point this out, though. Look how many running backs the Giants have. 5 running backs. What? Man, what do you need 5 running backs for? Man, you could cut like 2 or 3 of these guys and get like a solid running back off the free agent list. I don't get that. But that's Giants management for you. But I'm seeing a little bit of weakness here at right guard and center, man. Ben Bridson and Tyree Phillips being moved around. Hamilton as well. So, I mean, keep an eye on that. We probably won't ever see any of those 3, but if we do, there's our weakness. We start attacking that on the line. But I think with all good offenses, you know, that have people like Sterling Shepard on it, and Kenny Galladay, you know, and Slayton, you just have to shut down these wide receivers. Plain and simple, you got to shut them down. And Wandale, we got to have safety help on him. Let's learn our lesson from the Giants' first game last week. Let's get some safety help on him when it's necessary. Don't rely on these fast, quick linebackers. They ain't going to do nothing. Put some safety help on them. Because you rely on them fast, quick linebackers that lost weight for no reason. You're kidding yourself. You just deal with another safety at this point. And that's not helpful. You know, an overvalued linebacker that is slash a safety. That's not helpful. You need an actual safety. You need Jeremy Chitt. You need Woods there to back that up. Alright, so Daniel Jones is Daniel Jones. You know, everybody knows who he is at this point. Yes, the man can throw. Yes, the man can run out of the pocket and start going down the field a little bit. So you need a QB spy on this man. Point blank, you need a QB spy. I want one of these 3 linebackers to be a QB spy. Watch him at all times. You know, do your duty. Help out with that tight end, you know, or that slant pass over the middle. But when you see that Daniel Jones take it up, you need to be right on him. I don't want to see no laziness. I don't want to see no hesitation. I want to see you get right on him. It'll be one linebacker's job throughout the entire game. And if you fail to do your job, we know exactly who to blame. We know exactly who to throw under the bus after that. Because that is your one responsibility. That is your one job. And I don't want to see no lackadaisical nonsense, man. Do your job. I ain't worried about Bellinger, man. Bellinger can do whatever he wants to do. He'll get about 2 or 3 catches. Nobody cares about him. We'll shut him down. Alright, so defensively, who catches your eye on this defense right out of the gate? For me, it's Dexter Lawrence. And I'll tell you why. Number 1, look where he's from. I will vouch for this dude. He's from Clemson. 6'4", 342 pounds. From Clemson, 4 years in. He is adjusted to this defense. He knows what he's doing. He was a first-round pick. And he's already getting the job done. Yeah, he already got one total tackle in the first game. But if you look at his career numbers, they're pretty good. 5 pass deflections, 2 forced fumbles. You got 9 sacks over the course of his 3 years that he's been active and on the field. 71 solo tackles out of 146. That's not too bad. You know. And Dexter was always a product of the system in Clemson too. He did actually need help to have as much success as he did, and he played off the success of his counterparts on that defense. And that's exactly what he's doing in New York. You know, he's got help, and that's why you see a bunch of assists, you know, but that's not a bad thing to see all those assists. When your counterpart is really, really good, you know, and sharing those assists with you, and or matches the talent level that you have, you know, if you're Dexter, then you're doing fine. You know, you're doing great. I see no reason to panic, you know, if you're Dexter Lawrence. I think he's having a pretty decent career. He started 42 games out of 49. He's healthy. You know, I like what I see out of this dude, man. And granted, he's not the fastest defensive lineman out there, but he will wreak some havoc if you're not keeping an eye on him and you're not careful about it. And he's used to the system, like I said. 2 to 3 years in that system, and he's now at year 4. Oh yeah, he's branching out, guys. He's starting to get into the prime of his career. You can tell. You can look at those numbers. You could tell. 2.5 sacks. He has not hit his ceiling yet. There ain't no way. There is no way this man has hit his ceiling in the NFL yet. I refuse to believe it. He had 4 sacks in 2020. Ooh, excuse me. So, That's the first player that caught my attention there. Now, moving on, you got let's see. Micah Mcfadden is you got Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson's a really good corner. Or Aaron Robinson, sorry. 3 solo tackles. He's undervalued in my opinion. Because if you look at his career numbers, and I mean, he had a pass deflection in the first game this year. 3 solo tackles, 5 total tackles. But, he's a little undervalued in my opinion. Like, wait him out does, you know? 26 total tackles, 3 passes deflected last year. He's somebody to kind of keep an eye on. Oof, excuse me. He's from Central Florida. 6'1", 193 pounds. Just somebody to watch, you know. Dane Belton. Yep. That's a name that's going to catch some people's attention. He's sitting back there behind McKinney at safety. But Dane Belton is from Iowa. And this dude got my attention on the draft boards. 6'1", 205 pounds. Hasn't really been inserted yet, but I'm curious to see what this dude does. 4th round pick, you know. 114th pick. So, let's keep an eye on him. Let's see how he does. Okay. Xavier Mckinney. And if you've been watching the Giants, this name should sound vaguely familiar to you. 6'0", 6 foot even, 201 pounds, 3 years in the league, from Alabama. Or if you've been watching the Alabama National Championships over the last 3 to 4 years, this is going to be a name that pops off at you. He's had 5 pass deflections last year, 1 already this year. An interception in that game this year. 5 picks last year. And a touchdown last year. It's probably a pick 6. I wouldn't doubt it. He's definitely got the speed. He's got the athleticism to turn it into a pick 6. Maybe a scoop and score. In his future as well. You don't know. 93 total tackles. 54 solo. Yeah, this is a guy to watch out for right here. If you're not careful, he will burn you. 2nd round pick by the Giants in 2020. And if you're familiar with how the draft pick numbers go, 36 is really high up in the 2nd round. Because the 1st round stops at 32. So barely into the 2nd round, this guy gets chosen. Who else? else should we pick on here? Who else should we look at? Black Poppy says, "You're the greatest Panthers podcaster, man." I appreciate that. I don't aim to be the greatest, but I aim to educate the fan base, and just to be me, and just be real, and get to the real facts, get to the heart of the matter of why we're struggling, and try to fix the team, man. That's what we're trying to do, and build a great community. So those are my goals. I'm not trying to be the great. That you want to be the greatest Panthers podcaster out there, you are already screwed up. In my opinion, you've already screwed up, because realistically, we're all humble people, man. We all want the same thing. We all just want to educate people and to help out and to show that we really do genuinely love this team, man. From top to bottom, we love it. And we do these podcasts because we love this team that much that we're willing to sacrifice those hours and try to offer advice that can help. So that's why I try to do this, man. I'm not aiming to be the best out there, man, but thank you. Thank you for the compliment anyway. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Yeah, I'm not trying to be the best. Shout out to Tyler Hills. I've actually watched a few of his videos that he's done, or live streams, over on his Facebook page. And I appreciate what you do, man. Absolutely. Anytime you want to be on our podcast, man, let me know. We'll let you up in here, man. For sure. Because I want to hear from you, man. You got some great points to make. I may talk really fast, but, I'm still a southerner. I can still listen, I'm still with you, man. But yeah, this is a defense that doesn't really scare me too much, I feel like we could beat some of these guys. Kayvon, I'm not scared of these guys, man. Aziz, like, who's scared of Aziz at defensive end? Like, nobody. Like, show me somebody make a real difference besides McKinney and Dexter Lawrence. Like, I can't, maybe Leonard Williams, but I'm not seeing it, bro. I'm not seeing anybody on this defense that could legit scare us, And yet I'm hearing all week, oh, the Giants game is going to be scary now. It's going to be a very dangerous game now. Nah. All you got to do is replicate that fourth quarter offense and that first half defense. That's all you got to do. Put both of those together into 4 whole quarters, and there you go. Regardless of whether Bozeman is in or not. Although I will say, how long are you going to take that gamble with all this fumble snaps without putting Bozeman in? How much longer are you willing to risk that gamble? Because you got better odds in Vegas right now. you know what I mean, Matt Rule? Come on, man. You got better odds of winning the jackpot in Vegas than us continuing to be lucky on those fumbles and not having the other team pick that thing up and do a scoop and score. I mean, we got to do better than this. Plain and simple, we got to do better than this. These guys need to hit the weight room. They need to go in there with a purpose. And you tell them, Moten, you know, we've got Brady Christensen. You know, we've got Corbett. What are we doing? You know, these guys are capable of winning those battles in the trenches. Now, I'll gladly give Icky a little bit of a rookie break, you know, because it's a rookie. And he faced Garrett in that first week. And I mean, that's kind of unfair to kind of judge Icky right out of the gate and say, well, Icky's a bust, you know, or something like that, you know, when he played one of the top pass rushers in the league. I mean, Garrett's a freaking monster on the field. And I'm not undervaluing this dude at all. I'm giving this man his proper due. For that to be your first matchup as a rookie offensive tackle, that's scary business. Especially when we don't know what we're doing on offense, the offensive line. And we're still working on technique, and we're still working on hands, and we're still ironing out all the kinks. Yeah, man, that would terrify me if I was a rookie. I'm not even going to lie to you. So, you know, I will cut Icky a break, man. I will. I'll give him that rookie break. Just this once, you know. And I mean, granted, Clowney is going to be Clowney. So, anybody that was matched up with him is automatically going to struggle against pass deflections. But still, if we get these guys more disciplined and we iron out all the kinks, we'll be just fine. I have no doubt. So, special teams, I think, you know, we got Shy Smith back there returning. JJ is a pretty good long snapper. You know, I've had no reason to believe otherwise. One of the longest lasting ones in the league, I know that. And of course, Eddie, you know, being who he is, actually kicked a really nice field goal during that Browns game. I was quite impressed. So, granted that hip injury, man, he still managed to make it, you know, from 50 yards out. I think we got a solid guy here. I mean, we'll find out. And granted, injuries is probably the only reason that he would not succeed. Because his predecessors kept kicking it to the left. You know, pushing that ball to the left side of the goalpost. And that was improper technique, which leads to coaching, which was Chase Blackburn. Now, I loved Chase Blackburn as a backup linebacker for us back in the day with Ron Rivera, but as a special teams coach, no. He should have gotten like an assistant linebacker coach job or something like that, you know? Where his strengths are. You put him at special teams, that's a dead end. That's exactly what that is. That's a dead end. And it proved as much too. When these kickers kept kicking it to the left, yep, there you go. You know who to blame. You shouldn't be putting a backup linebacker in a special teams position. In the coaching staff, it does not make sense. So, I think I do like this new kicker, man. I like Eddie. I think he's going to work out real well for us. With that problem now gone after firing Chase Blackburn. And Johnny Hekker, man. I can't say enough good things about Johnny Hekker. This dude can punt 40 to 50 yards. Just straight punt. 40 to 50 yards. And somehow pin you inside of the 10. I don't know how he does it. The guy's a freaking beast, though. I love him. And he's our third emergency quarterback right now, too. Think about that, man. Yeah, he can only hit short passes right now. But PJ can, too. Why not give him a shot? Keep working with him in close practices. Throw him a few passes. Let's see what he can do. Let's have him stretch out that arm. I want to see some trick plays from this dude, man. Not just short passes, but I want to see some medium and long deep passes too at some point down in the future. You know, as far as trick plays. I mean, let's just really air this thing out. You know, one good time every once in a while. And let's just see what happens. It's a complete change for me. If you could do it. You know, say it's like a fourth and 2 or 3, and you're sitting there in around maybe midfield, and you're going, okay, well, I don't want to risk Eddie trying to kick a 50-yarder, 50-plus yarder, and we can't punt this thing because it'll just go out of the end zone. So this is a perfect situation where Hekker can come out there and sneak attack on you and get a huge gain. You know, throw a short one to like maybe one of these wide receivers, you know, that we got in our wide receiver core. And let's just sneak one in there, man. I want to see that situation pop up. I want to see what we do. If you're a smart coach, you'll be doing something like that. But you only do it once. Because once you do it, it shows up on tape. So you gotta get creative with it. And do more creative things, you know, each time you do it. That way, it changes up what you see on tape, so these teams can't follow it. You know, they have no pattern to follow. And when you have no pattern to follow, you can't game plan. When you can't game plan, you can't do anything about it. Point blank, simple. No matter how much talent you got. It's out coaching their coaching staff. Is essentially what it is. If you want to put it in simplest terms. Because it's a coaching decision to send the punter out there and do a trick play. Right? So it's coaching versus coaching. So if you do it correctly, there you go. All in all, we should be beating the Giants by about 10 to 14 points if our offense holds the way it's supposed to. If not, and we see a repeat of last week, we'll be seeing 24 to 17 in favor of us. And I say that exact score, and I feel very confident about it. And you guys know I don't do score predictions very often. So when I say there's a certain score prediction, give that some thought. You know, there's a reason for it. All right, firstly, we put up 24 points without Bozeman last game. As a whole team, we put up 24, which is not bad. You know, it's not, and still 24 is enough to compete. And once you put the ball more into CMC's hands, not too much now, but enough that he can make an impact on moving the chains in that first half. Then you start to see that momentum shift a little bit, don't you? You know what I'm saying? Like, we could get 27 to maybe 32 points instead of 24 with CMC more involved and DJ catching a few more passes. Yeah, I could see it. 27 points, maybe 32. I see it. I doubt we're getting 35, but, you know, if we get it, spectacular. Definitely not going to argue with it. You know, if you get better results than what you're expecting, definitely not going to argue with it. You know, and then I want to know why we got those results. And let's see if we can replicate them. You know? On defense, Barkley is going to give up at least one rushing touchdown. He's going to get one rushing touchdown against us. For absolute sure. No doubt. Possibly two. So I need our defensive secondary to be aware. This is a real possibility. And there's not much we can do about it because the run stopping is garbage. It's pure trash. I mean, there were a few plays where we managed to shut down the run. And I thought, okay, maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope. Nope. Here goes another 10-yarder. Rip. Rip our rushing defense. You know, any hope that I thought was there is gone now. You know, you come back about 2 minutes later. Oh, here's a good rushing stop. Nope. They're breaking our hearts again. Very next play. And I mean, that's exactly what you're going to get when you look at Barkley tomorrow. In this game coming up. That's exactly what you're going to see. Mark my words on it. You're going to think, oh, we've improved in rushing defense. Nope. No, we haven't. Barkley's good, but he's not great. Okay? He's a very much above average running back in the league right now, but he's not one of the top 10 out there, in my opinion. He's not going to run circles around you like Kareem Hunt will. You know, when he's healthy. So, he's not the Kareem Hunt type. However, if you let this dude loose, he will hurt you. You won't know what's coming till after that scoreboard is hit. Yep. So, I'm thinking at least one touchdown from Barkley. Possibly two. Now, if we don't get safety help against that Giants wide receiver, you know, that scored last week, which was Wan'Dale Robinson, he can hurt you too. So that could lead to field goal range for the Giants if we screw around too much. And Galladay is one of those guys from the Buccaneers. A lot of people are... I was thinking of Galladay from the Tampa Bay Bucks. My bad. But yeah, this dude had like over 1,000 yards receiving for the Lions in 18 and 19. 11 touchdowns for him that year, 5 touchdowns in 18. You know, this is under Matthew Stafford. And now, you know, and now that the Lions don't have Stafford anymore, 338 yards. You know, 2 touchdowns. They're not going to throw to him. Come on. 5 catches. Nah. That's chump change for this dude. Compared to what he was getting. Giants pick him up. Daniel Jones won't throw to him really. And he gets 521 yards. That's half of what he's capable of. Again. All these teams are mismanaging this dude. And he's got so much potential still to give. So, I mean, if you don't contain this guy, 2 catches for 22 yards, 11 average, he could bust one on you. Northern Illinois, 213 pounds, 6'4". 6 years in the league. If you don't contain him, he will hurt you. So that's essentially what we're looking at with the Giants. Plain and simple, we should be winning this game by 7 to 10 points. There's no excuse for losing this game. None. None. If we lose this game, heads should roll in the main office. Starting with Matt Rule. I want him gone. I want Phil Snow gone. Heck with it, man. I might even want a few assistant head coaches gone, man. Because this is getting ridiculous. I mean, we always try to recruit from within with the head coaching jobs. And it never works out. Well, this one will. Steve Wilkes will. This is the one time. So, I mean, that in mind, with all the info that we were fed, is there anything that anybody wants to add? Looking at our schedule now compared to what it was before, yeah, if we can put up 4 whole quarters of offense that we saw in that fourth quarter, and 4 whole quarters of that defense that we saw, okay, then we're looking at with CMC a little more involved and DJ a little more involved. We're looking at what, 28 to 35 points, right? Somewhere around that range. So let's compare that with the Saints. Okay. If we play proper defense, we win that game. Yes, we give up a lot of yards to Kamara, but we still win that game, right? Arizona, same thing. Kyler Murray's going to hurt us on the rush. But overall, we're going to shut him down. San Francisco, there is no reason why we can't win one of these 2 games against Arizona or San Francisco. No reason. If we're putting up those types of numbers. Alright. And don't pay attention to the average rushing yards allowed. Pay attention to how many touchdowns are given up. Rushing touchdowns. And I happen to have that up right now. We already given up one to Kareem Hunt. So let's see. I'm not seeing any rushing touchdowns from anybody else, so I think we're good. Schwartz, they ran him on a counter play, 2 attempts for 20 yards. Okay. And I did warn you guys about Schwartz. 19 yards off of one catch. I did warn you about Njoku too. And we shut him down. He only got a 7-yarder. Receiving wise. So, overall, I think we did pretty well. Schwartz got 2 carries for 20, so. And Jacoby Brissett, 4 carries for 10 yards. So, I mean, realistically, this is the interesting number that I want people to see. 141 rushing yards by Nick Chubb. That's what pisses me off. We haven't been able to stop that. And granted, Nick Chubb is a really good running back. However, he's not that great. Not as great as 141 yards. Come on. I mean, really? He would be getting that against the Detroit Lions. He would be getting that against the New York Jets. Not us. He should not be getting that kind of yardage against us if we had a proper run defense. There's no way. He gets maybe 60, 70 yards. He gets half that. I mean, granted, against a average run defense. He's good. Don't get me wrong. He's really good. But he's not that good. Not 141 yards good. And that's what I want people to recognize. Kareem Hunt, when he's healthy and he's getting the majority of the carries, yes, he is worth that much. But Nick Chubb, yeah. Chubb got us on the ground and Peoples-Jones got us through the air. Yeah, who is Peoples-Jones, man? Who is Peoples-Jones, man? Where did this dude come from? 6 catches for 60 yards. As long as it was 15. Like, whose responsibility was this, dude? Everybody else was contained. You could see it on the stat sheet. You know, Kareem Hunt, 4 for 4. Cooper, 3 for 6. And I warned y'all, Cooper was one of the more dangerous ones. Bryant was restricted to 2. Schwartz was restricted to 1. You know, for 19. I did warn y'all about Schwartz. And, but mostly these guys were restricted, man. But along comes Peoples-Jones when you start restricting like 2 or 3 of these guys, like Njoku, you know, and Schwartz, who clearly have a lot of talent, you know, and Cooper. That's when you start seeing them throw to people outside of that loop. You know, like the second and third string wide receivers like Peoples-Jones. That's why Peoples-Jones got us in the air, man. Because we weren't looking for him. And it sucks to admit that, but it's true. We didn't refocus our efforts. And we didn't treat these second or third wide receivers like we do the starters, which is exactly what we should be doing. is treating them like they're starters out on the field. Because if you put these guys in plays, technically they are a starter for that play or that particular scenario. So you have to treat them like starters, which means you have to play them like starters if you're a corner or a safety. Don't hold back. Just because it's a second or third stringer, don't be like, well, this is too easy, and take the play off and be a little lazy with it. No. Come up and address these guys, man. Handle your business like you were handling some of these other wide receivers. That's what I need to see. And again, that's not a knock against our secondary. That's just the truth, man. You see Kareem Hunt getting that 24-yarder. You see Nick Chubb getting that 25-yarder. I mean, these guys are who they are. We know who these running backs are. That's not a secret. Everybody knows it in the league. You know, the problem is stopping people like Peoples-Jones that come out of nowhere, out of that depth chart, and start wreaking havoc when you start shutting down some of these starters. So, I mean, what are y'all's thoughts on this game tomorrow, man? What do y'all feel about this game? Because I've talked a lot tonight, and I want to hear some opinions. You know? What do y'all think about Cody's info, man? I'll put that up on the screen one more time for y'all. That's major info, man. That's major info. I mean, this is big news. Yeah, it's a must-win game, absolutely. I agree a lot, Poppy. We cannot afford to lose this game. It has nothing to do with the draft picks. We cannot lose this game. If we lose to the Giants twice, Rule needs to go. There is no reason why this man should still be on our coaching staff after losing to the Giants 2 straight years in a row. None. I refuse to accept that. No. If it were up to me, this man would have been gone last year. After the Cam Newton situation failed, you know, where we didn't do anything, the Cam Newton experiment failed. You know, where you had to bring him back in. You had to bring him in because we had a shot at the playoffs. And the second we lost that last shot at the playoffs, that's when Matt Rule should have been fired. Tank out. Let Steve Wilkes show us what he could do, you know, as a head coach, candidate, and then go from there. But yeah, if I had my way, he would have been gone after that. Guarantee you. He would have never seen the offseason. He would have never seen the draft. He would have never seen the scouting department. None of it. That man needed to go that week. Point blank. He needed to go. And now we're starting to see the puppet master, who's Phil Snow. He needs to go too. So, I mean, if you guys missed it, here's what Cody said here, man. Go check his Twitter if you guys want to read this stuff for yourself. Or rewatch the stream. You know, these will be up permanently, these streams. So, yeah, if you missed this, slow down the stream and just read this stuff out. Or just listen to what I said earlier in the stream. In response to what he said. This is some crazy stuff, man. Wow. And I mean, there's a lot of... I put stock into it, yes. Vietnam, I do put stock into it. And the reason why is there's a lot of stuff that could be proven in these tweets. I have done so throughout the stream. And I believe, you know, it answers a lot of questions that we have about this coaching staff. And it answered a few questions that I have not yet posed to the stream. You know, such as, what's the real reason Luke got fired, putting these players in certain positions on this defense? What's the real reason that we're doing a few of these things, you know? And I didn't pose these questions because I was still working on theories, you know? I didn't have any concrete evidence. Now, with Cody kind of exposing this stuff, it's like, wait a minute. You know? Wait a doggone minute. You know? I mean, we missed out on Carlos Dunlap. We're trying to figure out what to do with Jeremy Chin. Derek Brown lost weight for no reason at all. You know, Wilkes is stepping up, man. This dude is telling them, man. You know, he's making his push. Real talk, man. There it is. There's the Luke Kuechly thing in the middle. Brian Burns wants out. He just doesn't want to work with these coaching staff. And he's already talked to Steve Smith, the GOAT, and Julius Peppers. So there you go. And the one that everybody finds interesting is this last one here. Is that Matt Rule always speaks to David Tepper with Phil Snow at his side. Things that make you go, when it comes to this management, right? And Wilkes is arguing, you know, we can't do anything with Sean Chandler. We can't do anything with Sam Franklin. They're practice squad people. Derek Brown is losing weight for no reason at all. You know, Brian Burns wants out. You know, this is just monotonous, man. I mean, where do we go from here? The obvious thing is fire Matt Rule, fire Phil Snow. But who are you going to replace Phil Snow with? Who we got out there that will replace Phil Snow? Who is our assistant defensive coordinator? I want to start looking there. I doubt that that's going to be our choice, you know, given the current circumstances, because lately hiring from within does not work. It's clearly been proven it does not work. So we need to go outside of the team and definitely the division to find what we want. Well, if we go 0 for 3 or 0 for 4, then they certainly will light a fire to this staff. I mean, if you've been paying attention to social media, like I have, social media and the Panthers fans are absolutely fed up. They've been lighting a fire under this coaching staff since the very beginning. That's not a secret. And David Tepper himself says, I don't want anything to do with Twitter. You know, did y'all catch that in the pregame warm-up for that last preseason game? Because I did. You know I'm not missing that one. You know I'm not missing that pickup cue. Yeah, Wilkes will have a guy that he wants as his defensive coordinator. Yeah, here's my question. Who did Wilkes have as his defensive coordinator in Arizona when Wilkes was head coach out there? Now that I think about it, who did he have? Because I think that's where he's going to start looking. If he can't get that guy, then he's going to look somewhere else. Because what these guys do is they look for what's familiar first. And then they start going outside of the box if that doesn't work. Or if it doesn't fit what they're looking for. As a matter of fact, I might Google that. But yeah, we missed out on Carlos Dunlap, man. Look at these numbers. So, right. There we go. That's what I want to know. Defensive coordinator Ray Horton. Okay. So this is the dude right here. Ray Horton. So if you start seeing that name pop up, don't be surprised. There was some talk about Ken Dorsey becoming the new head coach. He's not ready. Plain and simple, he's not ready. We haven't even seen a full year of Ken Dorsey being offensive coordinator yet, let alone the 3 or 4 that he needs to qualify, for a head coaching job and prove that he should get one, Not that I don't have anything against Ken Dorsey, but yeah, he's just not ready for that head coaching job yet. Question, are you going to do mock draft streams again at the end of the year? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, man. We may not be able to do film study, but we could definitely do mock drafts. We'll be doing a lot of those. And if you've been paying attention, you already know what positions I'm looking at first. It's not a secret. First 2 rounds, you already know what positions. Yeah, it's going to be guard, it's going to be left guard, and it's going to be linebacker. But this time when I start looking at these guys, I'm going to be looking for a pass protection left guard, predominant. Balanced guy, 60-40, pass protection dominant. And the way you can figure out what type of a guy you're dealing with is by reading the notes, man. if they say certain key terms, you know, handles the block well, yeah, handles the pass block well, or bull rush well, or stuff like that, you know, context clues, man. You know, we'll be able to tell you what type of a guy you're dealing with. As far as a linebacker, maybe you're looking for somebody that can stop the run. This time, 60-40. So what you look for is the keynotes of in his info of strong gap stopper, something like that. You know, it'll be different with every scouting report out there, but you can look in these scouting reports and find like different keywords and different key phrases that'll tell you what you're doing with a certain player. I wonder which direction the team will go in the draft. Do we restart the rebuild over with a quarterback, or will we focus on the trenches? Trenches. Absolutely the trenches. And I'll tell you why. Baker put up 17 points in that fourth quarter against the Browns. Imagine, and again, this is without Bozeman on that offensive line. We had Pat Eflin, Mr. Fumbles a lot, you know, out there. Mr. Fumbles a lot. We still managed to get 17 in one quarter. Imagine 4 full quarters of that, where our offensive line are disciplined, strong, you know, and winning the battle in the trenches 75% of the time without penalties, you know, and shooting ourselves in the foot. Imagine what that could be like with CMC getting the ball for 4 whole quarters. I mean, that's truly terrifying with the weapons that we have. I mean, don't overuse CMC, obviously, but that's 28 to 35 points a game. I mean, Baker will throw the occasional pick, but still, you know, that's, if Baker stops screwing around and that O-line looks good, man. Think about that, man. Telling you. That's a nasty offense. And that's without Shi Smith out there. We haven't even seen him yet. We ain't even used him yet. Hopefully Baker can just be comfortable in there in the first half this time tomorrow. I think he will, man. That's not much of a pass rush from the Giants. You know, I think he'll be fine. We just got to win the battle in the trenches, man. There's no excuse for not winning the battle in the trenches. These offensive linemen have to hit the weight room. You know, we've got a solid starting 5. The problem is they're run predominant. You know, they're not pass predominant like Ben McAdoo says he wants our offense to be pass heavy. So what are you doing with a run predominant offensive line? Makes no sense. Makes no sense, guys. Come on. Draft correctly. If you say you want a pass protection, a pass heavy offensive line, you know, an pass heavy offense, then draft a pass heavy, pass predominant offensive line. It's not rocket science. It just makes sense. Come on, man. You got Taylor Moten, you got Bozeman. I mean, who on this line besides those two can you say really is more so pass protection predominant right now? 60-40, for example, or 70-30 in favor of that. Like, you can't really find anybody. Even Brady Christensen, it doesn't really fit into that. Maybe Corbett. I still got to look at Corbett a little bit more. Maybe Corbett. I think Corbett's more of a run blocker. Run blocker predominant. But I'm not 100% on that yet until I see another game of him. I'm going to be watching him very, very closely, though. I want to see, like, which one he is. And I feel like you can't really get a full comparison until you watched about 2 games of these guys with the offensive linemen to be able to tell who these guys are, if they're new, you know, or if they've been around for a while, you know, and you just aren't familiar with those players. You find out pretty quickly, you know, after that. Because you start to see patterns. Like, we do better with the runs, opening up gaps and stuff like that, than we do with pass protection. And the pressure gets to Baker. That's how you know you got a run blocking predominant run offensive lineman. Whereas if they do the opposite, you know, they pass protect better than they open up gaps, then you know you got a pass protector. Predominant guy. So, what we need is something that's balanced. It needs to be balanced. And we need an offensive line that's balanced. The last time we had that was in 14 and 15. Yeah, that would make sense if Baker stays as our franchise quarterback. Then we could focus completely on the O-line and D-line. Absolutely. I think we've solved our quarterback problem for now. We need to get the offensive line and defensive line straightened out. You know, I'm happy with Baker. I see the potential in him. I don't see necessarily all the things that the Browns fan base has been talking about, so I saw a couple of them in that first half, and I was like, well, let's be patient. It's a long game. You know, let's keep watching him. And I got what I wanted in that fourth quarter. You know, my patience paid off. Because that is what Baker is truly capable of. Is what you saw in the fourth. Guys who could stop the run and get after the quarterback. I would definitely move Derek Brown. Burns wants out. He doesn't want to play for this coaching staff anymore. So, I would put Brown and Burns in a package deal and see what we get. You know, see if we can get a player out of it. If we can get a player, that would be preferable. That way we don't have to move picks, you know, on either side. But if we can't get a player, then definitely a pick. Like maybe a fourth and a sixth would be acceptable. Knowing Burns' strength right now. Roquan Smith. Would that be worth Burns and Brown, though? See, you'd have to throw somebody good in there, too. And I mean, Brian Burns is considered a premier pass rusher to a certain degree. So, my thought is maybe Brown and Burns, possibly a pick, and you get Roquan. Yeah, I could see it. I could see it. Well, we just Henry, so yeah, we just made a move for Henry Anderson, so I think we found our pass rusher, you know, but I'm not too excited about him yet. Until I see more than one play. Otherwise, he's just another pass rusher to me. Run-of-the-mill at pass rusher. I'm not going to go down that road. But, if you look at what the trade suggestion was to get Roquan, one of them was Robbie Anderson and like a first rounder or something like that. And the other one was like Sam Darnold and a couple other people to get him and another guy. Actually, let me see. That might still be on the news feed. By the way, we brought back the Panther. The mixed reality Panther. Still looks awesome. Love it. And also, there it is. Matt Rule said he will stick with Sam. Alright, so I'm trying to find what that trade offer was for Roquan Smith. It's a while back. Let's see. Oh, that plus we got Jacob Eason on the practice squad too. It's gonna be a ways back, folks. I know it's on here though. Okay. And by the way, credit to Julius Peppers that had the most sacks with 159 and a half sacks. So, gotta love Peps, man. Gotta love the Peppers. And also, I want to point out the fact that DJ actually put up the same, almost the same amount of numbers as Travis Kelce last year. And that is actually a really interesting scenario there. Because Travis Kelce's always in the top 5 in the league. I'm not seeing it. So, I'm not worried about it right now. But Burns is a great player for us. Gross Matos has to go also. Here's the thing. When you trade, you have to give equal value for value. You know what I mean? It can't just... We actually robbed Chicago twice. If you think about it. If Roquan Smith was available to trade right now, we would be robbed the Bears again. No doubt about it. But normal NFL trades don't work that way. You got to give up talent to get talent. You got to give up value to get value. As far as like a player for a pick, So, and not everyone's going to agree on what the value of said player is when it comes to draft picks and stuff like that. Not every one of them is going to agree. So, do keep that in mind when you're doing with trades. Excuse me. There we go. Since Brian Burns does want out, I mean, I would package him up with Brown, Shaq. There's still a purpose for Shaq here, honestly. He's been a very good tackler, and his only weakness that I know of right now is coverage. So if you could fix the coverage issue with Shaq, I think you're good. Gross Matos, yes. But the problem is, you have to get somebody to replace him. And the only person we have behind Gross Matos is the new guy that we just got, which is Henry. And that's it. We don't have anybody else after him. Unless you want to put Haynes over there, which I don't think is a wise idea. And then you got Barneau as well, who's not ready. So, I mean, it's... Henry's not ready either. Neither is Haynes. So, I don't know. I'm going to be patient with Shaq. I think he's showing some upside this year. He's making some plays. You know, I'm going to be very patient with Shaq. That being said, yeah, Derek Brown is a bust. He needs to go. We're not getting anything out of him. Unless we package him up with Brian Burns. Then we could get a pick. We could justify asking you for like a 6th in that situation for Derek Brown. But you gotta put him with Brian, otherwise you're not getting anything for him. Point blank, that's just a cut. No, Haynes is not ready. Agreed? But that won't happen unless we go 0 for 9 or something like that. I think even if we went 0 for 9, it still would not get Tepper's attention because he's just too afraid to admit that he made a mistake. And until he's ready to admit he made a mistake, within these 7 years, we're going to see more Matt Rule. We're going to see more Coach Snow. Even though both of them are tearing us apart. Man, when you got former players blowing a whistle like that, that's never good. That is never good. That's scary stuff right there, man. I have no idea who it might be. I'm not going to speculate. But I've got a couple of theories. But I'm not going to say those on air of who I think it might have been. However, scary stuff, man. Scary stuff. We got Steve Wilkes and Phil Snow getting into heated shouting arguments in practice, man. Come on. What kind of clown show are we running here, man? A house divided will fall. And we are definitely divided. Okay, so imagine this. If we manage to get let me pull up that schedule. If we manage to get 4 whole quarters of this offense together, you know, and put up those 28 points, you know, with CMC involved, and our defense looks like it did in the first half, minus the run D, I think we're knocking on the door of 9 wins. You know, because you could get a win over the Giants. You could get a win over the Saints at home. They're not looking that impressive. Arizona, you should be able to get something out of that game. I don't know if it's going to be a win or not, but we'll get something out of that game. San Francisco could be a win. You know, you take that L to LA and Tampa. Get the win in Atlanta. Take the L in Cincinnati. Get the win in Atlanta. Probably take the L in Baltimore. Win over Denver. Possible win over Seattle. That'll be the question mark game right there, because there's a lot of names I don't recognize on that Seattle roster, and that's what bothers me. It's because I don't know what we're doing with there. So 50-50 shot there. Pittsburgh 50-50 shot again. You know, I didn't expect Pittsburgh to actually pull that win off last week. That was interesting. Win over Detroit, lost to Tampa Bay, split with the Saints. 9 wins. You know, and I'll leave that up on the screen for everybody. But again, like, nobody is going to make any progress with this franchise until Tepper realizes he's screwed up. That's the starting domino that starts the retooling process, not the rebuilding process, but the retooling process back in the direction we want it to go in. 7 to 10 point victory tomorrow. Has to be. Has to be. I know a lot of people want us to blow these Giants out. I just want to win. I don't care how we get it. I just want to win. You know, as long as it's legal, as long as it's respectable, and we do it honestly, yeah, I want to win. It's that simple. We cannot afford to lose to New York twice. We cannot afford it. Point freaking blank. Or heads will roll. They really are. It's to the point where David Tepper doesn't even want to look at the Twitter feed. That's sad. You want a convincing win, double digits? Yeah, man, it would be nice. It would be nice. That's it. If we could put up 4 whole quarters of offense, yeah, I could see 32 against the Giants. 32 to 17. You know. That's probably the best we can hope for, though. I don't want to hope for anything more than that. Otherwise, we might be shooting ourselves in the foot. But, what I want is just a win. I don't have any beef against the Giants. I just want to win. That way, we stay on track for the 9 if we have a possibility of getting it. If we don't, we don't. And the Giants game was still going to be one of the 6 wins anyway. So, frankly, I just want a W on the board. It's that simple. This isn't one of those games that's going to hurt us in the draft pick. So, I'm not too concerned. Even if it did, it would drop us maybe 1 spot on the draft order. That's not going to hurt us. 2 or 3 like we did by winning that meaningless Washington game and missing out on Penei Sewell, that hurt us. Big difference between the two. So, anything else y'all want to talk about in the chat? We covered a lot today. We definitely covered a lot. But, yeah, shout out to Cody, man, for posting up that info. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Tyler Hales, and your podcast as well, that you do, with your, live streams on Facebook group pages. Love that. Shout out to Vietnam, obviously, and Lark Poppy, who are always up in here, man. And shout out to Gina, obviously, kind of a newcomer up in here, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to Rashawn Bradham, Corey McKinney, in Facebook. So, also big shout out to anyone that is a new follower or a new sub to the channel and the page on Facebook. Appreciate all of y'all. Much love to all of you. I wish I had the time to point out everybody, but I don't have that kind of time. When it comes to streams, I gotta get to content, and I haven't been able to pull up the list either, so, you guys know who you are. I appreciate y'all, man. Anybody that's checking out the stream this late at night, man, the Night Owls, man, we are the real ones out here, man. We're the real ones. I stay up this late all the time, bro. I do. And I'm a straight night owl. I get the most accomplished during the evening and nighttime. I don't know about the rest of y'all that are night owls. Is it the same for y'all too? Yeah, Vietnam. I'm with you, brother. We're hard workers like that, And nighttime's that time where you can just kick back, get your stuff done, and just chill, while you're doing it. It's so nice. You get that peace. where you're not dealing with the chaos during the day. And these crazy morning people, you know? I like it. Honestly, I like it. But you know, let's see. Anything y'all want to cover? I'm really out of material here that I really want to cover. I do like that red zone efficiency though. Let's replicate that. 2 for 3. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. There's some numbers on this stat sheet I want to replicate. That 4 for 11 though, on third down, no. We don't want to replicate that one. You know what I mean? But, they had that ball way too long. And we gotta handle that business, man. I want to see us forcing a turnover. Let's start with a turnover, okay? You know, if we can get that, then we can start pushing for a second turnover in a game. You know, I can see that. But let's start with one. Yeah, I saw the all new 22 video. YGM, Brown, and United were pushed around. Yep. Yes, sir. Can't have it. Yeah, I'll tell you what that is. It's because these guys need to hit that weight room, man. Now y'all know that United has that strength in him. Why y'all getting lazy like that? Win that battle, man. We could not get off our blocks for anything. Anything during that game. And I know y'all saw that. And Phil Stowe, quit acting like you didn't see it. Because we all saw it, bro. It's plain as absolute day and night. You're not gonna miss that one. They did not get off their blocks and they got stuffed at the line. They didn't win those battles on the line. Sacks since Julius Peppers and those guys back in the day. But pressures, absolutely. We can get pressures. And pressures don't exactly end up in the stat sheet, but ooh, boy, did they look nice when they force some three and outs, you know? Where they force a third down stop. Do you think they will have some packages for Chenault this week? I think so. It depends on how quickly he learns our playbook and our system. And I think that's the same thing that Ben McAdoo would tell you as well. Because honestly, it's true. But if he learns it quick enough, yeah, we could probably put him in a couple of packages. I don't see why not. Let's just see what he can do. No reason not to. Anyone else you'd want to talk about? I'm good for a few more minutes, bro. Then I gotta start setting up for tomorrow. By the way, anybody that wants to get into the Zoom chat to watch the game tomorrow, send that on the Facebook group page. So be looking for that if you guys want to join that tomorrow to watch the Giants game with me for free. You know, doesn't cost a thing. You know, if you guys want to come and hang out with me and be close to me as a YouTuber, you know, and experience what the game is like with me, you know, please do. Please do. I welcome it, man. Who scores the first touchdown Sunday? Oh, that's going to be Shaquan Barkley. That's going to be Barkley. I hate to say it, but it is. As far as who scores the first touchdown on our team, it's going to be Baker to... I want to say DJ. I want to say DJ. Because we're not giving CMC the ball enough in the first half. I have a feeling we're going to replicate that again. Which is not healthy. You know, we need to go a little bit further with our handoffs to CMC. You know, and let's maybe get him involved in a couple of slot passes, you know. Some little screens. I want to see him get a little more involved than he was. You know, don't go nuts with it like I said, but let's get CMC involved. But yeah, I got DJ going for a touchdown for sure. We got 3 corners on that injury list for the Giants that are going to be out. They said doubtful, that means probably out on Sunday. I would not doubt that. But yeah, first touchdown of the game for both teams, definitely Barkley. I mean, that run defense is horrendous, and we're going to end up giving up that rushing touchdown early. I mean, it'll take probably a quarter and a half, but it'll happen. It's going to be another defensive battle up until that point again. Unless we figure out our offense and we find a way to finally use CMC correctly for the correct amount of snaps that will not get him injured, and our O-line steps up. Those are the 2 factors that will allow us to score first. Plus not shooting ourselves in the foot with penalties, which we have been known to do in the past. If they were smart, they would use CMC as a decoy and really use misdirection. Absolutely. 100%. 100% agree. Because the world knows that we are going to give CMC the ball more. I don't know, man. I don't know. Are we? Are we? Remember who's head coach still. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Matt Rule never did say that CMC was the reason that we started coming back. He never did physically say that in any of his pressers, but we all know it's true. That's what they've been talking about all week. Yeah, true. I'm talking about in that presser, like, after the Browns game. He did not say it. And that would have been the time to say that. Because that is establishing, like, facts and saying, oh, I've got confidence in my man CMC. You know, he's the star of our franchise. He's the face of the Panthers. You know what I mean? Right now. in 2022. That would have built a repertoire of confidence in your players. Right there. Right out of the gate. Even if you don't win this game against the Browns, at least say, CMC provided a massive spark. CMC did this. Let's put some positivity spin on it. You know what I mean? Not just, well, we failed to get this done. We failed to get this done. We failed to get this done. Well, maybe we'll go back to the drawing board and we'll try to fix this stuff. We'll come back out here next week and do this and this and this. No, man. Build a repertoire with your star players. If they provided a spark and they got the crowd involved and they put points on the board like CMC does, say so. There ain't no harm in doing that. There ain't no harm in doing that at all. That actually makes you look good as a head coach, as a matter of fact. When you acknowledge the successes that you had. Yeah, that's a good thing, man. People are going to be like, okay, I got CMC in that fourth quarter. Maybe we can do this with all 4 quarters. Like I've been saying, And don't just give us like, oh, well, the average was 8 points something. Yeah, get out of here with that. No, ain't nobody want to hear that. Ain't nobody want to hear that after that loss to the Browns. No, what they need to hear is CMC woke this crowd up. CMC got this offense going. They lit a fire. Listen, man, CMC lit a fire in this offense. We ain't seen that yet. In preseason, we ain't seen that because we never used CMC in preseason. That's what I need to hear from my head coach, man. When I see a fourth quarter of optimism, man, I need to hear, okay, these players did this. These players did this. That's what I need to hear. That's what makes us look good in the media. That's what makes us look good. That's positive. Yeah, that bomb to Robbie, man, that was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. That corner thought he had safety help, man. He didn't. He got absolutely oven roasted on that play, and I love it. I mean, the fact that Robbie was the one that sparked all of it. Robbie sparked our entire offense. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful right there. See, that's the player I've been roasting the most in the last year and a half is the one that sparks our entire offense. Go figure, right? Go figure. Dab on him. Dab on him. Robbie? Let's go. Yo, man. I doubt we get that lucky with Robbie again, but you never know. You never know. With that corner room being what it looks like now, you never know. I'll be trying a couple of them out routes, man. Let's just see if we can get Robbie on a couple of them. See if we can beat some of them rookie corners. Yeah, if one of them doesn't have that safety help, and they think they do. Roasted. Yoink. I'm just sitting there like, bro, I'm just sitting there like, Robbie actually caught a pass? That was my first thought. I was like, Robbie actually caught a pass? Second thought was, How is this man this wide open? Third thought, end zone. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just got smoked, boy. That's the entire thought process that went through my brain when Robbie caught that touchdown pass. I was like, ah, dang. You just got smoked by Robbie of all people. For 100 yards plus, man, you should feel bad. Oh my God. I gotta say that, man. I gotta let y'all know that one right there. 100 yards plus. You let that man smoke you for that much. God. Man. It's gonna happen again, but to Shy this time, or DJ, yeah, it's gonna happen to DJ this time. DJ's getting it this time. You saw how limited DJ was in that first game. He's not gonna be that limited again. There ain't no way. There ain't no way that man gets limited to less than 50 yards again. Nope. I refuse to believe it. 43 yards. That's all he got in that first game. Nope. Nope. You're not going to convince me that this man is not going to ball out this Sunday. He don't get held down for long. So, like I said, man, some of these guys are going to come out here and ball out tomorrow. It's just a matter of which ones. We definitely getting the dub later? Yeah, I think so. We got literally 3 corners and 2 linebackers on that doubtful list for the Giants. We got to take advantage of that. If we can do that, we're in good shape. Hey, man, keep pounding. That's right. Keep pounding. That's the only way to think right now. Keep pounding. I see a lot of optimism with this team, bro. I do. Even with us being built wrong and us being mismanaged players-wise, I still see a lot of potential. You know, you see that fourth quarter offensively, and you see the first half defensively, and you put both of those elements together. There's something there, man. There's definitely something there. If you can get 4 whole quarters out of both of that right there, there's something there. Add a few spicy passes to CMC, you know, have him run a little bit more. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it, man. This could be a spicy offense. You know, we could be looking at 32 to 35 points a game if we were able to put all of that together. You know, of course we're going to be limited by a couple of teams this year, but still, offensively, I can see it, man. You know, you subtract the run defense because we're going to get run over. You know, but still. If you minus the run defense right now and you stick to what we got, this is going to click. Yeah, 100% our run defense. Oh. Here's the problem, man. We don't have a run defense. That's the problem with that theory right there. When you let Nick Chubb get 141 yards on us, man, when this dude is capable of about 80 per game, that's not a run defense. I'm sorry to tell you, that's not. I'm sorry to tell you, man, it's not. When you know, Kareem Hunt's numbers are pretty accurate. You go up 46 yards to Kareem Hunt and a touchdown. That's about average. For what his talent is right now, you know, with the amount of snaps he's seeing. You know, that's where we're at. That doesn't surprise me. But giving up 140 yards to Nick Chubb, come on, man. Come on, man. What? And Phil still want to come out here and say, oh, we don't have a run defense problem. Oh, we ranked 9th in the league last year in run defense average. Man, please. 15 rushing touchdowns given up last year. Don't tell me about what we did last year. There's your fat stats right there. I got some numbers to back that up. To go up against yours. Man, don't come up in here telling me we have a run defense. Man, please. Please with that nonsense right there. Oh my God. Come talk to me when we don't give up about 80 yards to Barkley tomorrow. Then come talk to me about how we have a run defense, okay? Then we might be able to have a conversation. Otherwise, I don't want to hear about this. Oh, we ranked 9th last year. Who cares about last year? That's last year. This is 2022, bro. Man, quit living in the past, man. With your dinosaur defense. So stupid, man. That dinosaur 3-3-2 defense. Man, go on somewhere with that garbage. We trying to run a team here, man. We're trying to progress. We're trying to get somewhere. We ain't trying to get burnt. No more, man. No more. Bro, I'm telling you. That's exactly what it is. It's a dinosaur defense. This defense hasn't been used since the doggone prehistoric age. But oh wait, we didn't get off the field on 3rd down situations. Can we talk about this 8 for 18 on 3rd down efficiency for the Browns? 44.4%. Oh, and also, let's talk about this 38 minutes of time of possession, too. Yeah. But we got a solid defense. Phil Snow, you are delusional, bro. Just because we got a good secondary, and you didn't even set that secondary up. You just using it, bro. Oh, but we got a great defense. No, we don't. That secondary is great. That secondary Orlando's probably 20th in rankings defensively, but that's about as far as we go. As long as we don't, You can't win games if you can't stop the run. Point blank. You cannot do it. It is not possible. I'm trying to tell you, man. Look at this garbage. And the fact that we didn't do anything in the first half didn't help. That made things worse. Because you got punt, 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 interception, punt. That's 5 drives. 5 drives, you could have done something. Think about that, man. That's a quarter and a half. And you didn't do nothing. So this is just as much on the offensive line as it is Phil Snow and his mediocre dinosaur defense. So don't tell me that, oh, this is one of the better defenses in the league. No. No, you built this thing on a college level. It's never gonna last, bro. Steve Wilkes called you out on it, and you're just mad because he's actually right. You're just pissed because he's actually right, bro. You know, and it led to a shouting match in practice. Now, how unprofessional does that look? You know? Think about that for a second, man. That's going to look... Steve Wilkes is taking his shots, man. I'm telling you, he is taking his shots right now. He's trying to expedite the process. This man wants to be head coach. He wants it, bro. I ain't never seen a coordinator or a defensive coach in this organization fight that hard to be a head coach and call people out on all their garbage in front of everybody. I've never seen it happen even once. Wilkes wants this, man. He wants it bad. He got a taste of that head coaching job in Arizona. He said, I want that again. I can get that in Carolina. We just got to get the circus out of here, man. We got to get the Barnum & Bailey circus out of Carolina. Then I get my starting job again. My head coaching job. Man, if I was Steve, man, I'd be talking to Tepper. I'd be making my case. You know, I would be politely making my case. I'd be like, okay, this is what's going on with the team. This is what you need to know about. This is what's going on. You know, this is what Phil Snow is trying to do to this defense. You know, it's not helping us. It's hindering us. You know, be professional about it. Make your case, bro. Make your case. You could do this right now. Go make your case. You deserve this job. There's no question about it. I wouldn't blame him if he went somewhere else. If Matt Rule somehow keeps his job and we lose to the Giants again, I would not be surprised to see Wilkes go somewhere else. Because you know at that point, David Tepper is not going to let that... he's not going to admit that he made a mistake if Matt Rule survives after a Giants loss this year. That's a fact. That is how you could tell for sure. for 100% certainty. And I would not blame Wilkes for going somewhere else after that. Because he knows he's not getting the head coaching job that he is fighting for. Which is a doggone shame. It really is. Because that means we messed up again. We messed up on McDermott, and we're about to mess up on Wilkes. Mr. Tepper, man, please get out of your tunnel vision, your billionaire tunnel vision, and look at what's going on with this team, please. I'm begging you, bro. I'm begging you. This is like trying to mountain bike up a mountain with training wheels that Matt Rule puts on us. We don't need them, bro. We just need the right players. That's what it is, man. We need the right type of bike. We up here trying to ride all these like fake messed up looking bikes, man. Man, give me that mountain bike. We trying to go up a mountain trail, bro. And you go put some training wheels on that thing. Man, screw that. Man, trying to screw us over at this point. Everything I've suggested, Matt Rule has done the polar opposite. Have y'all noticed that? Have y'all noticed that? Come on now. This is not rocket science. Everything that I mentioned that makes perfect sense to change this organization back around, he has done the polar opposite of. And that's what's going to kill us. That's what's going to kill us, man. And Phil Snow is the puppet master. He needs to go too. Point blank, period. That's where we're at. And I know these guys are solid people. Again, I would sit down, I would eat lunch with them, I would have a conversation with each one of them, because I know they're good people. But as coaches, they are screwing up this organization. Point blank, they are. And if you can't see it at this point, or you are new to this team and what we are doing, I can understand the new people coming in, man. I get that. I get how y'all don't see it. But the people that have been around here and are still riding that Matt Rule train right now, that little toy Matt Rule train, you know, in freaking Dollywood that they got up there in Tennessee. You know, that fake train ride. That's what we're riding right now. For anybody that still thinks they're on that Matt Rule train and still supporting this dude. Man, come on, bro. Did you get your money's worth at least? That's my question. Did you get your money's worth at least? What are you paying for these luxury PSL seats, man? Because the rest of us haven't. And the real victims here are the Charlotte people that have to pay the taxes on the stadium. They have to put up with this stuff legally. That's the real victims up in here, man. That's the real ones getting thrown under the bus right there. Yikes, man. I feel for y'all. And I know y'all been Panthers fans since the beginning. And y'all sitting here going, why am I paying this doggone tax for this garbage, man? To get this kind of a return from it. Why do I have to pay this by law? This is stupid. You know? I have no answer for y'all. Honestly, I have no answer for you. Other than I am so sorry. And I hope this team gets better. For your sake and for everybody's sake. Name. Apparently not. It's back. I don't get it. I don't get how we can sit here and act like this is not going to change. You know, we think it is. Every Sunday we get hope, man. We're like, oh yeah, this Panthers team is going to be the water in the Sahara Desert. You know what I mean? This year. Just watch. This is going to be the 2022 Carolina Panthers. You know, it's going to be the 2023 Carolina Panthers. You know, whatever year it is. And we're going to be like, yeah, this is the year. This is the year. This is the year. No. No. It ain't. I keep telling y'all, until we fix the root of the problem, this ain't the year. We already know what the root of the problem is. And we're part of it too, because we keep getting our hopes up. We keep getting our hopes up, and we keep watching our team choke at the last second, just like we did there. And it's like, if we had not shot ourselves in the foot in the first half, we wouldn't be in that position. But not putting any points up. That's the point I'm trying to make to people, man. They don't want to hear that. Because they think, oh, well, the defense did great in the first half. The defense did, and they try to deflect it towards something positive in that first half. Nah. Be real, man. Be real. Get out your fantasy. Get out of your fantasy league land and get out of your feelings. And realize that something's out of place. When you see goose eggs in that first quarter, something's out of place. When you see only 7 points in that first half, something is out of place. Get out of your tunnel vision, get out of your feelings, get out of your fantasy lands, and realize that if we had put up 14 points, we would have won that game easily. Y'all know this. If we put up 14 points or even 17 points in that first half, just like we did in that fourth quarter, we win. In a blowout. So whose fault is that? Coaching. Plain and simple. Coaching and the offensive line that need to hit the weight room. They ain't on the defense. They've been holding out the entire game. Hands on hips till the fourth quarter. You know what I mean? These guys are tired, man. They've been putting everything into that game. And that's how we reward them with a goose egg in the first half? And barely a touchdown? Please. Nah. Spare me this garbage that the refs handed the Browns that game. Spare me that garbage. That was not a roughing call. If you go back and look at that call, that was not a roughing call. I have seen a lot of college football where these guys fake it to make it on those calls. And 75% of the time, they will get these calls, and it is such garbage. I have complained about it over and over and over again. And it doesn't even have to be a Clemson game when I see it either. I see it in all these games, bro. In Georgia games, Bama games, Kentucky games. I seen them in all of them. And y'all about to come up in here and tell me that the refs won that game on Sunday, man. Come on. No. Spare me. Spare me that one right there. I ain't buying it. Because if we had put up 17 points like we were supposed to in that first half, or at least 14, give me 14, I'll take 14 in that first half, or even 10, we wouldn't be having that discussion. We would not even be having this discussion on the refs. It's ridiculous. Spare me this discussion about, oh, the defense lost us the game. Well, what has the defense been doing the entire game besides the run defense? On pass coverages. What have they been doing for 3.5 whole quarters? Tell me that. Then come back and tell me this defense lost this game. That's a crock of nonsense right there. Absolutely. Come back and talk to me once you figured out what this defense has done for 3.5 quarters. No wonder they're tired. Because this offense ain't done nothing in the first half to back them up or help them out. But yeah, I rest my case on this one, man. The ref's decision shouldn't even be a factor. That last defensive drive should not have even been a factor. Y'all get what I'm saying, man. Come on. Come on with this nonsense, man. I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting tired of these ridiculous narratives that people come up with just to justify what's going on with this team. Stop it, bro. Do you know what this team could be doing if we were really trying? Show me that effort when we play the Giants. Show me. Don't tell me about it. Show me. Come out there and play like you want it. Come out there and win. I don't want to hear no more excuses. Go win. Alright, guys. I'm about done here, man. I gotta get some sleep, so I can be ready for that game tomorrow. Alright, guys. Keep pounding.
Hey, if you're an artist...
Let me get some outro music going, man, so we can get up out of here, man. I appreciate all of y'all. Hey. Shout out to Corey McKinney, Rashawn, Tyler Hayes, whoever else joined the Facebook crew here. Shout out to The Real Zero Chill. Shout out to Vietnam. All these people, man, that make this a great stream every week, man. Much love to y'all. Right here, man. To you. Every week, man. Shout out to Carol, our YouTube partner. Hope she's doing alright today. Hope she finds a way to heal from all these surgeries and stuff like that, man. Much love to her. And to everybody that's struggling right now with something, man. Whether it be depression, whatever it be, man. Keep fighting. Keep fighting through it, man. It's worth it. And if you need somebody to lean on, message me. DM me. My messages are open. I'm here for y'all, man. I love each and every one of y'all. And I want to see you be happy, healthy, and well. As the hat says, keep pounding. And just so y'all know, man. Thomas Davis right here, baby. Thomas Davis. Yes, sir. While we talking about CMC, check this baby out. Yeah, boy. Got him to sign it myself. That's a beautiful helmet right there. I got this right here too. CMC. Run CMC. And of course, you know I got to show you the Frankie Louvu. Yes, sir. Frankie Louvu. Signed football. This thing is a beaut, man. But hey, and it looks doggone good on me too, don't it? Yes, sir. When your team's got an NFC championship ring, flash it, baby. Flash it. We're going for another one. Another one. Another one. Hey. Hey, man. You know what time it is. Keep pounding, baby. See y'all post game.